Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. I'm your host, Chef AJ, and today we'll take a deep dive into the science of permanent weight loss. We have 4 incredible presenters today, and we'll start the day with Marion Nessel. She'll talk about the perfect storm, how agricultural policy, deregulation, and profits derailed our health. Followed by Dr. Barbara Rolls, speaking about how to beat the 3 factors that drive overeating and lose weight while still feeling full. Next up will be Tim and Heather Kaufman, and they will discuss the power of choice, simple steps that help this couple lose 300 pounds together. And we'll end the day with Rebecca Martinez, who lost over 200 pounds, and she'll discuss why the perfect moment for change never comes and what you can do about it. We'll kick off today's Truth About Weight Loss Summit with Marion Nessel discussing the perfect storm, how agricultural policy, deregulation, and profits derailed our health. Marion Nessel is a renowned expert in the field of nutrition and food policy. She spent decades as a professor at New York University, chairing the nutrition department from 1988 to 2003. With a PhD in molecular biology and an MPH in public health nutrition, Dr. Nessel has held prestigious positions, including serving as a senior nutrition policy advisor in the Department of Health and Human Services. She's authored numerous books, including The Influential Food Politics, which examines the food industry's impact on nutrition and health. Her latest work is titled The Perfect Storm: How Agricultural Policy, Deregulation, and Profits Derailed Our Health. In this presentation, Dr. Nessel will explore the convergence of factors that have shaped our current food landscape, from agricultural policies to deregulation and the pursuit of profits by major corporations. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, Marion Nessel. Hi, Marion, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Glad to be here.
So, in your opinion, what is the cause of the obesity epidemic?
Oh, that's a really tough question,
That's why
actually.
we started with it.
I mean, the simple answer is that people eat more than they used to, and they eat more calories. Nobody wants to talk about calories, but they really do count. I don't think anybody should count them, but they really do count. And there's an enormous amount of evidence that in the United States, at least, people started eating more calories beginning in the early 1980s, and enough more calories to account for the very sharp rise in the prevalence of overweight and obesity that occurred between 1980 and 2000. And there are lots of reasons why people started eating more. I'm particularly interested in the role of the food industry in that, because it was at a time of enormous food industry deregulation. And companies could start marketing to children. They could start all kinds of marketing they had never done before. They focused on snacking. They got everybody to think that snacking was really healthy. And it could be, but most of the evidence shows that the more times a day you eat, the more calories you take in. They made larger portions. And if I had one concept to get across, it would be that larger portions have more calories. It's not intuitively obvious, but it's true, unfortunately. And they put food everywhere, in places where food had never been sold before: clothing stores, bookstores, libraries. I mean, just everywhere. And when food is in front of you, people eat it. We're human, that's what we do. And the number of calories in the food supply increased dramatically because of federal policies, and people started eating more. Food companies had to sell that food. They did a really good job of it.
Yeah, I agree with you about selling food or even having food available at places that it's not normally available. For instance, Petco. Why is human candy sold at a pet store?
But you don't want to get bored. I mean, my favorite story about that is the New York University Library. When I first came to NYU in the late 1980s, there were signs all over the library: "Do not eat here." There were pictures of books with rodents and cockroaches on them and ants crawling all over them. And there were signs about the penalties that would take place if you were caught eating in the library. Now uh, there are food places to get food everywhere in that library. Vending machines, cafes, coffee, anything. The entire first floor of the library is a lounge.
And it's not generally what we might consider the healthiest food either.
Of course not. If you're going to have a snack, you're going to get what you can get out of a machine. And those foods are generally highly processed. And we now know that highly processed foods encourage people to eat more calories. And they're shelf stable. So that's how they could be in a vending machine. And they've got calories, and the more of them you eat, the more calories you take in. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah. So what happened in 1980 that is when there was this huge jump in the consumption of calories?
Well, I think there were three things that happened. And one was the effects of a change in agricultural policy were just beginning to be seen. In the 1970s, agricultural policy changed from putting limits on the amount of food that farmers could produce in order to maintain reasonable prices. And that changed to the famous grow as much food as you possibly can, hedgerow to hedgerow, fence to fence. And farmers responded by growing more. The more they grew, the more subsidies they got. And the number of calories available in the food supply went from an average of 3,200 per capita, and that means men, women, and little tiny babies, to 4,000 between 1980 and 2000. So there was an enormous increase in the availability of calories in the food supply. So that's the first one. The second one, that President Reagan was elected on a deregulatory agenda, and there was a lot of deregulation of marketing at that time, particularly marketing to children, so that restrictions on advertising that had existed before were removed, and companies could market in any way they wanted to. And then the third thing was the advent of what's called the shareholder value movement. In 1981, Jack Welch, who was the chair of General Electric, gave a famous speech in which he said that corporations should not be considering social values in their operations. The only purpose of a corporation was to make money for its stockholders. And this was called the shareholder value movement. It was started by Milton Friedman some years before. But that speech kicked it off, and Wall Street bought it hook, line, and sinker. And from then on, all that business about blue chip stocks and IBM and Ford paying their workers reasonable amounts of money, all that ended. And corporations outsourced. That was when we lost all the manufacturing in the United States. That's when workers, unions got busted. Everything that increased the cost of food production was they got rid of, and the shareholder value movement took over, and that meant that corporations had to focus on profits, which was hard for everybody. But for food, it was a particularly difficult problem because the number of calories in the food supply had just gone up by nearly 1,000. And in order to sell your product in that kind of competitive environment, you had to compete. And so food companies became enormously competitive about selling their products. And that's when food got put everywhere. Food was put everywhere in order to sell it. I mean, you can't go anywhere without having food available, and it became socially acceptable to eat 24/7, snack all day long, eat anywhere in very large portions. I really think that large portions don't get nearly enough attention because they're a sufficient explanation for why people were taking in more calories.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So that was an enormous change in the social environment and the food environment, and we're still living with that.
well, the problem is when you supersize your meal, you end up supersizing yourself.
That's right. And you don't notice it. I mean, one of the things about the research on ultra-processed foods that's so profound is that people take in more calories and are completely unaware of it. They don't feel like they're eating more.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit more about that research? Because that makes a big difference if you're eating more, but it doesn't even feel like you're eating more.
Right. So, first of all, the concept of ultra-processed foods is new. It only started in 2009, and it describes a category of food that is industrially produced, doesn't resemble the foods that it came for, the foods were deliberately designed to replace the foods that they replace. They're high in food additives, high in fat, sugar, and salt, high in calories. You can't make them in home kitchens. That's sort of the operating definition. And these foods now have been studied in an enormous number of observational studies, that is, looking at populations that eat ultra-processed foods compared to those that don't. And they show that there's an enormous risk for obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, cancers, overall mortality, and a lot of other problems. But those are all observational studies, even though there are hundreds of them by now, and all of them point in the same direction. They all, basically all, point to poor health outcome. But there is one, and now two, controlled clinical trials in which people were locked up in metabolic wards and couldn't lie or cheat about what they were eating. And those studies show that people who are eating diets based on ultra processed foods take in between 500 and 800 calories more a day, an enormous number of calories more, and are completely unaware of it. They don't realize that they're eating more when they're on an ultra-processed diet as compared to a regular processed diet. The diets are matched pretty well for flavor and taste, and they're allowed to eat as much as they want. And people just didn't realize it. But 500 calories a day is an enormous amount. And this was an extremely well-controlled clinical trial. It didn't last very long, but it was very well controlled. And the bottom line was, people were taking in more calories and didn't realize it. I don't know what more you need to know. It's, people shouldn't be eating these foods if they're worried about their weight,
Right.
and their health for that matter. So, we have a lot of evidence on that. And we also know that these foods were deliberately designed by the food companies to be irresistibly delicious. The famous ad about you can't eat just one, that's the whole point. Because these foods were designed to get people to buy them over and over again and to eat as much as they possibly could for them, not because food companies are evil and trying to make people fat. Food companies are not social service agencies or public health agencies. They're businesses. They're just trying to sell their products in an environment that is fiercely competitive.
Yeah, I once heard you say that people will reach a certain point where they've had enough salad, but not
Right.
with Oreos.
Right. You can't ever stop eating Oreos, or at least I can't. Um, and yeah, when you eat a salad, you've had enough. You know when you've had enough. When you eat Oreos or potato chips or other kinds of really highly processed foods, you just keep eating them because they crunch, they taste good. There are things about them that you really like. They're designed that way.
Yeah. How much does the food industry actually spend trying to get us to eat more, and especially more of these ultra processed foods?
Well, we really don't know. Or maybe some people know, but I certainly don't. Advertising ages usually tracks that once a year, and but it's very hard to parse out what the amounts are. Advertising age tracks the amount of money that the big food companies spend on advertising that goes through advertising agencies. And that comes out to, I don't know, I'm going to make this number up because I really don't know what it is, but something like $15 billion a year. However, it spends probably twice that much on other kinds of marketing, trade shows, product placements in supermarkets, giveaways, all of the social media, which doesn't go through advertising agencies. I mean, it's just very, very hard to track because they market in lots of different ways. Paying influencers to go on Twitter or some of the other social media sites to promote products. It's very, very hard to track that. It's a lot of money. But the way that, a sort of rule of thumb is that marketing costs are roughly 5% of sales. So for any given product, if you know how much of it is sold, you can figure out what 5% of that is. And it adds up to just a huge amount of money because every single product that's in a supermarket has an advertising budget, or a product placement budget or something, or it wouldn't be there.
So, why are fruits and vegetables considered to be specialty crops, and why have prices on ultra processed foods increased the least?
Well, the Department of Agriculture was set up to do commodity agriculture. That means corn, soybeans, cotton, canola, sugar beets, those, the really big commodities that go into that. That's what the Department of Agriculture is about. It was never set up to promote the production or consumption of fruits and vegetables. And fruits and vegetables there are lots and lots and lots of different kinds. They view each other as competitors. They don't view each other as part of, if corn is corn, you can't tell who produces it or what the difference is between one corn cob and another. But for fruits and vegetables, it's just much more complicated. And the USDA has never gotten involved in that. So that was, that's one part of it. And then what was the rest of your question? I can't remember
Oh,
it.
why are fruits and vegetables considered specialty crops? And that why when prices increase in food, the
Oh,
price of
the
ultra
prices.
processed food seems to increase the least.
Right. The price of fruits and vegetables has gone up much, much faster. I mean, the price of everything has gone up, right? I mean, we can see that. And you certainly see it in a supermarket. But the price of fruits and vegetables has risen much more than the price of uh, ultra processed foods or processed foods in general. And that's because processed foods can buy the ingredients when they're cheap and put them in a box, and the box can sit on a shelf for a really long time. So they've got economies of scale and economies of buying that are much, much easier. Fruits and vegetables are perishable. They have to be sold right away, or the supermarket has to throw them out. And that makes it much more complicated, and they have to be stored under refrigeration. They cost more. They have to be produced by labor that you have to pay for, even if you're not paying enough. So it's just much easier. If you're a food company, it's much easier and more profitable to make ultra processed foods than it is to be behind fruits and vegetables. Not that people lose money on fruits and vegetables. It's just a lot harder to make money. And the other thing is, of course, that the basic ingredients in ultra processed foods are subsidized by the government, or in some way the corporations that make those foods have lots and lots of ways in which they're supported by government. They get to, for example, um, remove the cost of marketing from their income tax as a business expense. I mean, everybody gets to do that, but they do much more marketing. So the system is set up in a way that it doesn't promote fruits and vegetables. And the way that I like to explain that is if you look at a diagram of what happens to the American corn crop, all of the corn that's grown in the United States, one of the big shocks is that hardly any of it is grown for food for people. Almost half is grown for food for animals. I mean, that feeds people, but in an indirect way. And 45 or 50% goes now for ethanol for automobiles. How's that for a mind-boggling use of food production? It doesn't make any sense to me. A lot of soy goes into diesel fuel, but half the corn goes into fuel for automobiles. It goes up in smoke. And the environmental cost of that is not clear. I think that's a fair way to put it. Whether you're really getting a big environmental impact out of that is questionable. So our food system is set up not to feed people, it's set up to do other things.
Yeah. You ever find it interesting to think that at one time in human history, people weren't getting enough calories and now they're getting too many? And actually, even, when I think about my grandmother, the foods that we have today, these ultra processed foods, they didn't even exist when she was a child.
Right. They hardly existed when I was a child. There were a few, but not many. And now they're so profitable that companies are fighting to make them all the time. because there's really a lot of money to be made in them. So, this was not a system that was designed to promote health. It was a system that was designed to promote profit.
Yeah. In an interview, I once heard you say that the first thing you need to do if you want to lose weight is to stop drinking sugar sweetened beverages. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy first step because sugar sweetened beverages have sugars and water and not much else. Um, and so they're easy, they're a really easy target. And there is so much evidence now that drinking in large amounts of sugar at one time in liquid form means that those sugars are absorbed much more rapidly than the sugar in an orange is absorbed. And metabolism really wasn't designed to handle that amount of sugar at once. So it messes up your metabolism. It causes insulin to come out, and it's really not good. And there's an enormous amount of evidence that people who drink a lot of sugar sweetened beverages have much more of a weight problem than people who do not. And it has no other nutritional value. So that's just sugar on top of whatever else you're eating. I'd rather have my sugar in other forms, personally. But so it's an easy place to stop. And when I have a book called Soda Politics, Taking on Big Soda and Winning, which is a book about advocacy against sugar sweetened beverages. And I didn't write that book as a diet manual. It's not a diet book. But I got letters after it came out from people who said, I read your book. I stopped drinking sodas. I lost 10 pounds. I read your book. I stopped drinking sodas. I lost 20 pounds. The record was 80.
Wow. I remember I was born in 1960 and we had soda pop at our house, but like it would be in a bottle and that would be many servings for the whole family. It'd be like a little bit in a Dixie cup. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It wasn't like a 256-ounce super big gulp.
Yeah, that you were supposed to drink by yourself.
Right.
And here again, it's portion size. I mean, no nutritionist cares about an 8-ounce soft drink. The ones we care about are the ones that are 64 ounces. And remember, I said that it's not intuitively obvious, and we know this because we asked a class at NYU, how many calories are in an 8-ounce soda and how many calories are in a 64-ounce soda? And we expected the students to come back and multiply by 8. 8 8s are 64, right? I mean, this wasn't a complicated question, but it was a trick question because the average multiplier was 3, not 8. It was 3, not 8. So we went back to the class and said, come on, everybody. You may be mathematically challenged, but you're not that mathematically challenged. How come? And they said 800 calories in a soda is impossible.
It's
I just
not.
didn't believe it. Just
It's
didn't
not
believe it.
impossible.
It is not impossible. Larger portions have more calories. What can I say?
Absolutely. Do you think the food industry takes any responsibility for either creating or at least contributing to the obesity epidemic?
Well, they can't for reasons of business. If they do, and they try to make products that are healthier, or those products don't sell as well. I mean, there are two things going on here. The food industry produces these foods and markets them extensively, and people buy them. And so you have a choice. You can blame the food industry for producing them, but the food industry says we're not holding a gun up to people's heads, forcing them to buy our products. This is your personal responsibility. What they're not taking responsibility for is the vast amount of money that they're putting into getting people to want these products, to think that eating these products is normal. And and I just think that's a very complicated issue. They're not social service agencies, they're businesses with stockholders to please. You have to keep remembering that.
Yeah. What impact did the removal of restrictions of marketing to children have?
They market it to children. They just started putting more ads on TV. They said they would not market to children on television, to children under the age of 12 on television, on programs that were aimed at children under the age of 12. That leaves a lot of loopholes. And it also leaves social media. And a lot of the marketing takes place on social media now, and adults, depending on how old we are, don't know anything about it because we're not on those platforms and we're not looking at the same things that kids are looking at. But if you're a marketer of a sugar sweetened beverage, for example, you want that to be normal. You want kids to assume that their home should have bottles of these things in the refrigerator. You want kids to assume that this is normal to have at lunch, this is normal to have at dinner. You don't want in any way people to think that these are treats or rare things, and that people should be, as I said, nobody cares about the 8-ounce cans. It's the big ones
I think
that
about
it's
some of the commercials like Coca-Cola, like I'd like to teach the world to sing. I'd like to buy
exactly
the world a Coke. I mean, it almost sounds
right,
like, yeah, so would I.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, they're very good at advertising.
absolutely. Are you
They've got
familiar?
a, they've got a product to sell that people like a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, and the other thing, these foods were formulated to make people like them.
That's the part that bothers me is like, I'm sure you're familiar with Michael Moss's work, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like they didn't just hit on something, they actually created something that would be so hyper palatable that the average person couldn't resist it.
Nobody can resist it. Nobody can.
Megling said that they purposely create the food to be hyper palatable.
No, I mean, Michael Moss's work documents that very, very well. That the effort that the companies go into, the research that they do, the focus group testing. And people, when in focus groups, people like their food sweet, salty, and fat. They really do. If you're given a choice, you're going to pick what they call the bliss point, which is the point at which everybody just absolutely adores this stuff. And if they change the formulation of the food in a way that violates the bliss point, people don't buy it. So that won't work.
Yeah, like taking salt out of things, for
Yeah.
example.
Oh, yeah. It won't work. So the companies don't do it.
Yeah. So, can you share any examples of when they've tried to make policy for obesity and have they worked?
I'm not aware that the United States government does anything about trying to prevent obesity except for dietary guidelines. And it's been a source of considerable argument over the last several years, as people have noticed that 75% of American adults are overweight or obese now. And there's no public health effort to try to do anything about that. I, of course, would argue that there's no public health effort to do anything about that because it means taking on the food industry, and nobody wants to do that. And there are plenty of examples of food industry interference with dietary guidelines and other measures, some of them seemingly trivial, that to take on the food industry is really to take on a lot of trouble. They don't want the government to do anything that's going to reduce sale of products. Remember, it's very simple. They're trying to sell products. Very simple. So when the government tried to set nutrition standards for foods to be marketed on television, the food industry went to Congress and Congress put a stop to it. And that's the usual mechanism for doing this. With the dietary guidelines, had something in there about eating less meat because of the sustainability issues around meat. The meat industry went to Congress and Congress put a stop to it. So it means for an agency to take on something like this, even something as trivial as nutrition standards for foods marketed on television, you got to think twice. And agency heads are not risk takers.
Can you talk about how the deck is stacked against certain communities, like lower income communities, when it comes to making these food choices?
Oh, sure. I mean, there are plenty of issues involved in the poorer diets among people who aren't particularly wealthy. You know, people who eat the best in the United States are the people who have the most money, the most education, live in the nicest places, have access to the nicest stores. Everybody else, it's more of a struggle. And if you're really poor, then you probably don't have a supermarket handy. And even if you do, the prices of fruits and vegetables and the quality of the prices of fruits and vegetables will be so high and their quality so poor that you're not going to want to spend money on that. And you will be much happier spending money on foods that you know your kids are going to like. Um, and a treat for your kids who don't have very many things in their lives that are treats. Yes, it's stacked. And also the producers of ultra processed foods market specifically to low income people. Because even though low income people don't have a lot of money, they have enough to buy products. These products are not expensive and they're considered treats. And yeah, that's something people can do for their kids.
But you had mentioned that these foods weren't around when you were growing up. Do you feel that early exposure to these ultra processed foods can affect the child's taste preferences and eating habits for the rest of their life?
Oh, I think if you give kids sugar sweetened beverages when they're babies, they're going to want those things forever. And enough people give babies sugar sweetened beverages that the Department of Agriculture can measure those amounts. Um, I don't think that's a very good idea. I think you hold off sugar for young kids as long as you can get away with it. You won't get away with it for long, so you might as well try while you still have the option. Because once kids discover sugar, they don't want anything else. They really don't. Um, and kids will always choose sweet foods if they have the option.
What do you think about a sugar tax? Would that help?
Well, sugar is already quite highly priced in the United States. We have a tariff system and a quota system that maintains the price of sugar in our country at twice the world market price. But that twice the market price is still so cheap that nobody notices and nobody cares. So certainly the taxes on sugar sweetened beverages have discouraged sales. And the higher those taxes are, the more they discourage sales. That's been a pretty effective public health measure in a number of ways. That's a help.
Do you find it interesting that tobacco companies often buy food companies?
Well, they haven't for a while, but they did for a while, they did. And there's now an increasing amount of evidence that they taught the food companies how to use the same kind of marketing that cigarettes did. And the food companies learned very quickly how to do that.
Yeah, there's a doctor named Andrew Freeman, and I once heard him say that the longer the shelf life, the shorter your life.
That's clever.
Yeah. So, do you believe that at least for some people, these ultra processed foods can be addictive or have an addictive like quality?
Well, I'm not an expert on addiction, but there are certainly plenty of people who use the word, and Michael Moss in his books is one of them. I mean, he says these products are formulated to be addictive. There's a new book out that reviews the evidence on food and addiction, and There are people there who believe that they are addicted to various kinds of foods, and they make a pretty strong case for it. They can't go a day. They're obsessing about food all day long. They think about it constantly. If it's in the house, they have to eat it, and so forth. There are many aspects of their food behavior that are very similar to the behaviors of people who are addicted to cigarettes or pharmaceutical or various kinds of opioids or whatever. Um, I don't think the terminology matters. What we're seeing with people who are taking the GLP-1 drugs is that the addictive symptoms go away. That they say the food noise, which was a term I had never heard before, but I really like it. I think it's so descriptive. The food noise goes away, it stops. They're not obsessing about food. If there's food in the house, they can take it or leave it. And the most remarkable thing is that they don't want to eat junk food. They want to eat real food. And this has has struck terror into the heart of the food industry, which is in a complete panic about GLP-1 drugs, the combination of GLP-1 drugs, concerns about ultra-processed foods, and inflation, which is raising the prices of absolutely everything. So they've got a trifecta that they're dealing with and are scrambling to try to figure out what kind of products they can produce that people on GLP-1 drugs will want to buy.
It seems like if we could only make the healthy choice the affordable choice, that would be very
That would
helpful.
help a lot. That would help a lot. You want the healthy choice to be affordable, available, and palatable. That's what you want. And the availability is a big issue, and that means the price is a big issue.
And also, you want it to be the easy choice.
Right. And eventually the desired choice.
Yeah, but how do we do that? How do we get to the place where it's the desired choice and also the easy choice?
Well, you make these foods available and affordable and easier to do. I mean, one of the ironies or the difficulties is that one of the people don't like having to cut up fruits and vegetables, and so supermarkets have responded by selling vegetables that are pre-cut. The problem is those are less safe. And that's been a real problem. And people need, if people are going to eat healthfully and eat real foods that aren't processed, they need the money to buy them, the refrigerator to keep them in, the equipment to cook them with, the knowledge to cook with, and the time to do the whole thing. Not everybody has that. So I think what you do is you try to make sure that people have enough money to buy what would be healthy for them. And you look at larger, I mean, you can educate individuals, but there's very little evidence that education changes behavior on its own. You need to make this stuff easier, and lots of people are trying to figure out ways of doing that. And I think the information about ultra-processed foods is helping. But the real issues are we have enormous financial and educational inequities in our country. And unless we do something about those, the situation is not going to change very easily.
Are there any specific policy changes that we should be advocating for?
Well, I have a list.
You do?
I have
Could
a
you
list.
share?
And almost none of them have anything to do with food on supermarket shelves. The first thing we need to do is to get money out of politics. So that people can run for office who are interested in public health rather than corporate health, and are out for the public interest instead of private interest. And that means overturning Citizens United on the Supreme Court. It means changing the way that Wall Street evaluates corporations, so that corporations are required to take social values into effect when they're making all that money. You want to do things like have a universal basic income so that everybody has enough money to survive. You want universal school meals so that kids are fed in school. A lot of kids, that's their main food during the day. Might as well make it healthy and available to everybody. You want an agricultural system that's focused on public health. And those kinds of things are, they sound like pipe dreams, especially in the current political environment. But if we don't work towards those will never happen.
Yeah.
And every now and then you get a break. And if you're ready with your policies in hand, you might actually get some.
Yeah. When I was growing up, there were very few overweight children, and now there's many more. And that's what concerns me more.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, because they're going to grow up to be overweight adults. And in the meantime, their lives are miserable because everybody's making fun of them and they're stigmatized and all of those other things. And maybe they can't do what kids who are leaner. But I look at my kids' class pictures and I'm just stunned. You go out and look at a kid's playground now, and the kids are completely different looking. They're much, much bigger now. And so what can you do about that? Well, you can stop marketing of junk food to kids. That's issue number one. There's another one, another policy change that you could do. You could make school food healthier. That would help. And you could try to promote safe and easy places for kids to play that don't involve screens. I mean, the social media is in the middle of all of this too, and it can't be ignored. So kids are on their phones all the time. When I was a kid, my parents would say, go out and play and don't come back until dinner time. Now you would be arrested for child abuse doing something like that. What do you mean you let your kid walk to school on his own? We have to change that.
But this is my question. How do we as individuals or even in communities do this?
Oh, you join groups and get your groups working on that. There are thousands of groups in the United States working on food issues. Thousands of groups in the United States working on ways to make life better for kids. Join one of them in your community. They're really easy to find. You just go onto a search engine and put in food advocacy and type in the name of your community, and dozens will pop up because there are so many of them. And it's hard to do something on your own, so you need to be part of a group. And that group should be using the political system to the extent it can be. If you don't know how to advocate, there's a really good book that tells you how to advocate. It's called Organizing for Social Change. And it's a paperback. You could buy it on Amazon or any other online place. And it lays out exactly how to do advocacy. And to the extent that those guidelines are followed, there's a pretty good chance that it'll work.
Yeah. Have you ever personally struggled with your weight or have family members that struggled?
My father was an enormously obese 3-pack-a-day smoker, and he died at the age of 47. I did not inherit his weight problem. I did not. And I don't seem to have a weight problem. I get full and I don't want to eat once I'm full, I don't want to eat anymore. But I understand totally that not everybody feels that way. I completely understand that. I only want to eat when I'm hungry and I stop when I'm full. But that's my lucky metabolism, my privileged metabolism. I'm completely aware that that's not true for other people.
But I'm guessing without even knowing your diet that you probably don't eat primarily processed or ultra processed food, that I'm guessing you eat primarily real food.
Yeah, I like it better. I like the way it tastes better. I like the crunch of vegetables. Um, I like the freshness of it. I also have a garden where I grow my own food, which I love doing, and I love eating food that I've grown. This is an enormously privileged existence. I have education. I have enough money to buy what I want. I've got all that stuff. Um, but as I said, I'm completely aware that not everybody has this or not everybody feels the same way. A lot of people would much rather eat junk food than eat a salad. I'd rather eat a salad. I'm weird that way. What can I say?
Well, I'm not sure so much that you're weird, but I think it's because that's what you were exposed to.
Well, it was what I was exposed to as a child, although I didn't know. I mean, my mother wasn't big on nutrition particularly. Um, but as I got interested in food, I just was naturally gravitated towards foods that most people would think were healthier. I like vegetables.
Do you see any hope for this situation?
Oh, of course. Of course, so many people are interested in these issues. It's really exciting. To see how many people are interested. It's exciting to see these issues on the electoral agenda. I can hardly believe it. I don't know where it'll go, but I sure do like it that people are talking about doing something about chronic disease. I think we need to. We don't have a healthcare system in this country. If you get sick, you're on your own. And you're on your own for staggering amounts of money. So without a functioning healthcare system, you got to prevent illness. And not getting hugely overweight is a great way to do that.
Do you think the food industry will ever be held responsible for at least partially creating this problem?
Well, I think there's more and more talk about it. And the what I notice is that in classes that I taught 10 years ago, I could not use the word capitalism without making students extremely uncomfortable. And now, if I talk about the same issues, somebody in the class will say, aren't you talking about corporate power and capitalism? So I think there is a much greater recognition of the downside of corporate power now than there used to be. It somehow has gotten into the the general level of conversation where lots and lots of people are talking about putting curbs on corporate power. And it's not that corporations shouldn't make a profit. I'm totally in favor of profits. What I'm against is greed, and greed at the expense of public health. So it's fine if corporations make products that make money for their stockholders, but that should not be their primary goal. It should not. It should be one of other goals that include making the communities that they are based in and their customers healthier. Why not? Why not? We're all in this together.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have one more question for you, Marion. If you could send a personal message to our viewers, what would you want them to know as they either start or continue their health or weight loss journey?
Well, just follow basic dietary advice. Eat a healthy diet. It's really easy to do. It means eating real foods. It means not eating too much of them, balancing the calories and making sure they get plenty of vegetables.
That's
Couldn't be easier.
I can't agree with you more. Plenty of vegetables. Thank you so much.
Good. Nice talking to you and glad to be here.
So, what did you think about Marion? I thought this was such a fascinating conversation, and this isn't something that a lot of people I know are talking about. I thought it was very insightful. So, let's talk a little bit about what she discussed in my key takeaways. She really hit hard on the root cause of the obesity epidemic, and her main point: we are simply eating more calories than we used to eat. And it sounds almost too simple, but she backed it up with some serious evidence. You see, starting in the early 1980s, the average calorie intake in the United States shot up, and it wasn't by accident. She tied this rise directly to big shifts in agriculture and deregulation in the food industry. So the rise in calorie consumption was one of the most eye-opening parts of how agricultural policy changed in the 1970s. Before, there were limits on how much farmers could grow to keep prices stable, but then it switched to a grow as much as you can approach. Farmers were rewarded for producing more, leading to a massive flood of cheap crops like corn and soy. And by 2000, the average calories available per person jumped from about 3,100 to 4,000. And that is a huge increase. And all that extra food needed to be sold somehow. The deregulation and aggressive marketing. There was deregulation in the Reagan era, which opened the floodgates for marketing, especially to children. Companies could advertise with fewer restrictions, and suddenly snacks were being sold everywhere in bookstores, clothing stores, even libraries. Never understood why there was food at Petco. Did you? Marion shared a wild example of how the New York University Library went from banning food completely to having vending machines in cafes everywhere. And what kind of food was available? Highly processed, shelf-stable snacks that are designed to make us eat more. The shareholder value movement. Another critical point was the rise of the shareholder value movement in the early 80s. Companies became laser focused on maximizing profits for shareholders, often at the expense of consumer health. Food companies, for them, it meant competing fiercely to sell more products. And how did they do that? Bigger portions, constant availability, and marketing snacks as healthy choices. Marion emphasized that the larger portions are one of the simplest explanations for rising calorie intake. Now, it seems obvious, but most people don't realize that bigger portions mean more calories, and we don't even notice when we're eating more. And what about the impact of ultra processed food? She went into a deep dive into the concept of ultra processed foods, which is a relatively new term from about 2009. These are industrial products loaded with additives, fats, sugars, and salts, things you can't replicate in your home kitchen. And studies show that people who are eating these foods consume about 500 extra calories per day on average without even realizing it. And that is massive. These extra calories are linked to obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and yes, even cancer. And the scariest part, the foods are engineered to be irresistible. Remember that commercial from Lay's potato chips? Bet you can't eat just one? Well, guess what, guys? That's intentional. Food companies aren't necessarily evil, but they are businesses, and that's their goal, is to keep us coming back for more. Marketing to children and vulnerable communities. Marion also pointed out how these companies target kids specifically, and they use social media, influencers, and very subtle product placements to make junk food seem normal and even necessary. It's not just TV ads anymore because marketing is woven into kids' digital lives. And not just kids, low-income communities are also heavily targeted because these ultra-processed foods are cheaper and more accessible than fresh produce. When fruits and vegetables are expensive or lower quality, it's hard to justify spending money on them, especially when kids are happier with chips and cookies. Sugar-sweetened beverages and portion sizes. Another practical tip Marion shared was cutting out sugar-sweetened beverages. This is such an easy win because sodas and sweetened drinks pack in sugar without any nutritional value. Plus, because it's liquid, our bodies absorb the sugar super quickly, which wreaks havoc on our metabolism and insulin. Marion mentioned how portion sizes have exploded over time. Now, an 8-ounce soda, like we had when I was a kid at birthday parties in the 60s, it's probably not that big of a deal once in a while. But a 64-ounce cup, that's over 800 calories of liquid sugar. And most people don't realize how much they're drinking because larger portions don't intuitively feel like more calories. Policy changes and corporate responsibility. Marion touched on how difficult it is to get meaningful policy changes because the food industry is so powerful. They spend billions on marketing, lobbying, and ensuring government regulations don't threaten their profits. For example, when the government tried to set nutrition standards for marketing to kids, food companies went straight to Congress to block it. And Marion believes that real change requires structural shifts like getting money out of politics, introducing universal basic income, and making healthy foods more accessible and affordable. She also mentioned how the food industry resists responsibility for the obesity crisis, and they argue it's all about personal responsibility, ignoring the billions they spend on influencing our choices. It's not that they're forcing us to eat junk, but they've shaped a world where it's the easiest and most appealing option. The challenge of making healthy choices easy and affordable. One of the most relatable points Marion made was how much effort it takes to eat healthfully. You need money to buy fresh food, storage to keep it fresh, the tools and the skills to cook it, and most importantly, time. For many people, that's just not realistic. And even when stores offer pre-cut fruits and veggies to make things easier, they're also more expensive and sometimes even less safe. So how do we make the healthy choice the easy choice? Marion suggests policies like universal school meals, agricultural reforms to prioritize public health, and community-driven food advocacy. She also highlighted the importance of joining local groups pushing for healthier food environments because real change often starts at the community level. Food addiction and ultra-processed food. Marion also addressed the addictive nature of ultra-processed food. Some people experience food noise, which is a constant mental obsession with food. Interestingly, medications like the GLP-1 drugs are showing that when this food noise stops, people naturally choose healthier, real foods over junk. And this has the food industry in a panic because their business model depends on people craving ultra-processed foods. Ending on a positive note. Despite all these challenges, Marion is hopeful. She's encouraged by how many people are becoming aware of these issues and how they're entering political conversations. Change is possible, but it requires collective action. And her final simple advice: eat real food, not too much, and lots of vegetables. Boy, this sure was a powerful and eye-opening conversation. Her deep dive into the food industry's marketing tactics and policy barriers really makes you think about how much of our food environment is designed to make healthy choices hard. But her insights also empower us to start making changes, both personally and through advocacy. Definitely a lot to reflect on. Thank you, Marion. That was a wonderful interview. And if you want to be able to listen to this interview over and over or watch the video on demand, as well as look at all the written transcripts, consider upgrading to own the Summit Package for Life. You'll not only get all of what I just mentioned, but several bonuses, including perhaps the best bonus of all, which is a buddy pass. It's like getting two for the price of one so that you can share this summit with someone who needs this information. Our next speaker is Dr. Barbara Rolls, who will be talking about how to beat the 3 factors that drive overeating and lose weight while feeling full. Dr. Barbara Rolls is a renowned expert in the field of nutrition and weight management. She holds a PhD in physiology from the University of Cambridge and has served as professor of psychiatry at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Currently, she is the professor and Helen A. Guthrie Chair of Nutritional Sciences at Penn State. Dr. Rolls has an impressive track record, having authored over 350 research articles and 7 books, including the Volumetric series. Her expertise has been recognized through numerous awards and honors from prestigious organizations. In this presentation entitled How to Beat the 3 Factors That Drive Overeating and Lose Weight While Feeling Full, Dr. Rolls will share her insights on overcoming the factors that contribute to overeating and achieving weight loss while maintaining a sense of fullness. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, my personal Shiro, Dr. Barbara Rolls. Hi, Dr. Rolls, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
It's so good to be back. I've missed you and excited to tell people about food.
Well, I love learning for you because I really credit you with my permanent weight loss success because I was so fortuitous one Friday night about 15 years ago, wandering into this dollar bookstore in Burbank, California, and finding your book, Volumetrics, Feel Full on Fewer Calories. And because you had visual images, it finally made sense to me.
Good. All for $1. Great.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I feel like I should be paying you more money, but I
Um,
still I still refer to that book all the time.
oh,
It
that's
was worth
great.
way more than $1. But I always think of you as like the queen of calorie density because I feel like you've done more research in this field than anyone else. And I'd love to ask you more about that. But I see you have your first slide up, and I'm curious, what is it about food that actually drives our intake?
Okay, well, today I've given you the title, The Big Three, food properties of food that drive intake. So let's just dive right in. Back in February of this year, the Center for Science and the Public Interest, who are our food police, published this article in Nutrition Action about properties of foods that make you eat more. And they list 5: calorie density, serving size, portion size, variety, liquid calories, and texture. And I agree, all of these do affect how much you eat. But I'm going to talk about what I call the big three. And you'll see those in green in this slide. 3 overlap with the article I just showed you. And I've listed other properties: palatability, processing, macronutrients, food form, and eating rate. They all have been shown to have some effect on intake, but the big 3, portion size, calorie density, and variety, are the most robust, and they're also the ones that I've studied the most. So I'm going to tell you about those 3 today in the time we have. So just let's get started with this busy slide, the portion size effect. And I said, surely my grandmother knew that portion size affected intake. And she probably did. Grandmas are pretty wise, but experimentally, there really was not good evidence until relatively recently that portion size systematically affects intake. So this is the first study that we did in adults. We'd already shown portion size affected kids' intake, but this is really the first robust finding that we have an effect of portion size. And we started in this study with testing effects of macaroni and cheese because it's difficult to judge portions with these amorphous shaped foods. So we found a dose response effect. The people were tested in all 4 conditions, randomized, et cetera. And we found the bigger the portion, the more they ate. And it didn't matter if we pre-served the food or they had to serve it out of a big serving dish. And really interestingly, their hunger and fullness ratings didn't differ after eating different amounts. And really, even oddly, more odd, a lot of the people did not realize that the portions differed. They just, even when they're eating alone, were not paying attention. Well, so since that initial study, we've done a lot of studies on different types of foods, unit foods, beverages, snack foods, and packages. Even fruits and vegetables respond to being served bigger portions, especially if they're tasty. And we've done these kinds of studies in the lab, and we've been into a restaurant here on campus and shown it works there. So as we presented these studies, which were single meal studies, people were saying, oh, yeah, I know I overeat at one meal, but surely I'm going to just compensate and eat less at the next. So we decided to test that. Does our biology help us to resist this effect? So in this study, we varied the portions of all foods served over 11 days in a row, beverages as well, snacks. We had an 11-day rotating menu. So in the 100% portion size, the regular portion size, they have plenty of food. We don't want them just limiting the small portion by eating everything in front of them. And then we have in the other condition, 50% more of everything. And what we found was that the effect persisted over the 11 days. There was no sign of compensation. The women ate 4,600 extra calories over the 11 days, and the men, and then the women ate over 5,000 extra calories over the 11 days. So a very robust effect. Again, they really didn't notice that they were overeating. So clearly this is a sustained effect. What are we going to do about it? There have been a lot of ideas about how to moderate the effect of portion size. I'm only going to tell you about a couple of popular strategies that we've tested, but this is a complex issue and we certainly don't have all the answers. Certainly the strategy that you hear about a lot is just use a smaller plate. And we tested that actually long before this became popular. We had done a study on plate size. We set up a buffet in the lab. We had 5 different foods. People could go and help themselves to as much as they wanted. And we had 3 different plate sizes, really quite different in size, from just under 7 inches up to over 10 inches. And you can see in the results down below, first of all, the women ate a lot less than the men. But across the plate sizes, the men and women ate similar amounts. So there was no effect of plate size. How did they do that? Interestingly, if you look at this graph, if they had the smaller plate, they went to the buffet more often. It just made more trips back. Now, obviously, if there's a really big line waiting for the food, that may help to moderate this effect, but clearly plate size didn't do it. And since then, there have been a number of studies, including systematic reviews, that show that plate size alone is not sufficient to help us resist the effect of large portions. We tried another potentially helpful strategy, which is to use a doggy bag or a takeaway bag. So in this study, we had 2 different groups of people. One group had the possibility of taking the food away. They had this menu that said, we'll pack up your leftovers for you to take home. The other group had the same menu, but they were not allowed to take food away. And these people were tested in 4 different portion size conditions over 4 weeks. Again, randomized. They got all the conditions. And it was a mixed meal, so lots of different foods, plenty of good stuff. And what we found was really interesting. The typical portion size effect you see in pink is people, as portions get bigger, keep eating and eating, and then eventually they top out. The group that had the doggy bag moderated the effect. There was no statistically significant effect of portion size in that group. You can see they're trending up, but this ability to take food away and not waste it was a really effective strategy in moderating this effect. So it would be good if people thought about that and did that intentionally more often. So just to give a little overview, obviously there's lots more to say about portion size, but since I'm covering 3 different properties of food, we're only getting a taste of each one. So what do we know about portion size? We know the effect is robust, but there are big individual differences, and the different types of foods that people respond to vary. For most people, it's the foods that are highest in calorie density and those that are best liked that get overeaten the most when portions are big. Obviously, we need a lot of different strategies to moderate the portion size effect, from policy to education to just environmental shifts. And what I want to emphasize, though, is when I'm talking about these properties of food, how do we use them positively to increase intake of nutrient-rich foods? I did mention that even fruits and vegetables can be increased in consumption if you serve bigger portions of those that are tasty and that are relatively tasty compared to the other foods that are on offer. So I say that I have written a large comprehensive review on portion size and eating, drinking behavior with several of my former students. And this Handbook of Eating and Drinking is an online publication. If you haven't found it, it's quite a great resource for all things around eating and drinking. Okay, so let's move on to diet composition. And as I say, this is a story that's being filled with a lot of controversy, a lot of high stakes, a lot of money to be made, and it can get pretty contentious. I have here an article from TTAWL, who writes a great column where he's talking about some of the recent controversies about carbohydrates and insulin. The main thing that has dominated much of the thought about food and how it affects intake and satiety and satiation is this hierarchy, which states that protein is the most satiating of the macronutrients, followed by carbohydrate, and fat the least satiating. Clearly, this is an oversimplification. There are lots of different kinds of proteins. Just think about carbohydrates. We have in that category both fiber and sugars, fats, many different kinds. So obviously, we need to refine this thinking, but let's also consider, do the proportions of macronutrients affect how much weight we lose, weight gain, etc.? I just want to say there have been a number of recent reviews from various health organizations that emphasize that the overall dietary patterns with a balance of nutrients are optimal, not only for health, but also for weight management. So we have, here's an article about diabetes, heart disease, and these two are reviews of different macronutrient-based diets for weight loss. None of them find long-term that there are significant differences in the macronutrient pattern in terms of weight loss. So people find it very difficult to shift long-term the proportions. It doesn't mean to say that there aren't healthier patterns, but to state that you're going to get much better weight loss with one proportion of macronutrients over another is not supported by lots of evidence. So what health organizations have been behind is this increase in the proportion of low calorie density, nutrient rich foods. The My Plate message we have in the States is similar to the messaging from government policies around the world. So increasing your vegetable, in particular, fruit intake, whole grains, the lean proteins, the things that we know anyway are the way to manage your weight. And we have shown in several studies that increasing the proportion of vegetables in particular and fruits lowers calorie density and helps with weight management. So here are the different strategies for reducing calorie density. Fat reduction, because it has 9 calories per gram, has a large effect. Sugar reduction, a moderate effect, but we don't hopefully eat that much. Fiber content can also help to reduce energy density or calorie density. Calorie density and energy density, the same thing. I probably end up using them interchangeably. Again, we just don't eat enough fiber to have a massive effect on the overall calorie density of the diet. The component of food that has the biggest impact on calorie density is the water content. And here you'll see I say you have to eat the water, not just drink it. If you drink water as a beverage, it affects thirst mechanisms, which are completely separate from hunger mechanisms. So you have to really get the benefit of a lot of water in your diet, it needs to be incorporated into the food. And then it bulks up the food, it gives you bigger portions, etc. So remember, eat your water. This shows you a schematic of how visual this approach can be and the difference it can make. So here, 2 trays that contain 470 calories. On the left, you have a low calorie density selection of foods, your soup, salad, fruits. And on the right, you have typical snack foods, pretzels, nuts, soda. Each contains the same proportions of macronutrients, but look how much more food you get if you lower the calorie density, you're eating your water, and it's, in terms of nutrients, much more nutrient rich, and it looks so much more appealing with color and volume. Okay, so this is a classic study that we did some years ago on what happens if you reduce the calorie energy density of the diet on ad lib free intake over a couple of days. So here, this was really early studies of calorie density. We had to figure out how to do this. We had these mixed dishes where we bumped up the proportion of vegetables in particular. And the dishes, you'll see they're all chopped up because we didn't want people to pick them apart. If they're eating the dish, they're going to get everything together in one bite. So macronutrient proportions the same, but the calorie density was reduced. And here's what we found. On the left, we've got the weight of food that people ate. And this was really quite a surprise and a very dramatic effect. We had 3 different levels of energy density. Energy density differed by about 1/3 between the low and high energy density foods. And here we have cumulative intake over the 2 days by meal. And what you see is people in the 3 different conditions ate the same weight of food. Now, remember, the density of calories in each bite or each gram is different. So that meant that in terms of their energy or calorie intake, they were eating about 1/3 less in terms of calories between the low and the high energy density diets. They didn't express any more hunger. They were just as full. And of course, the diet quality was better. They were getting a lot more vegetables, for example. So we went on, we did a number of other short-term studies, but I want to just show you what this does in a study that we did early on how calorie density affects weight loss. So here we had 2 groups. This is a year-long randomized clinical trial. We had as our control group the typical just eat less fat and eat smaller portions. And then we had our other group where I like the idea of positive messaging. So this group is told to eat more fruits and vegetables. You know, they're told to manage fat and to manage portions of high calorie density foods, but to overall eat more big portions of low calorie density foods, vegetables, fruits, soups. Neither group counted calories or fat grams. This was just following this basic advice. Now, it was intensive. They did meet with dietitians quite frequently early on, but here you can see the weight loss over the year of the trial. Both groups did well. Both groups reduced the overall calorie density of their diets because obviously the reduced fat group is eating less fat, but adding in the water-rich component led to significantly greater weight loss. And both groups kept most of the weight off. Again, they didn't report feeling hungrier on the more effective diet, the lower calorie density diet, and they had a better diet quality. So lots more I could say about calorie density. My volumetrics books are based on that and give lots of tips, but just to summarize so we can move on to the third property. I don't want to de-emphasize the macronutrients have different biological effects, and they're important for nutrition, and they can affect food intake. But calorie density dominates everything in these kinds of studies. We've done enough where if you don't control for energy density, it overwhelms other effects. And so your study is kind of beside the point if you don't control for calorie density. And most clinical trials looking at macronutrient effects do not control for calorie density, or they don't look at it to see if it varied. And I want to emphasize that the numbers are small that can have a significant impact. A 0.1 kcal per gram difference can lead to 100 to 200 kcal difference a day. So you have to really attend to this. Now, if you're interested in more, there is in the latest Handbook of Obesity a chapter that I wrote with Faris Urquhart on energy density. This thing is behind a paywall, so it's hard to get to, but if you do have the handbook, it's a really comprehensive chapter. Okay, so on to the third property. We'll talk first about sensory-specific satiety, and then we'll talk about the effect of variety on intake. We are surrounded by a variety of foods, and we really want to know, what does that do to our intake? Is it driving the obesity epidemic? So let's go back to the 1920s when we were thinking about this. This is a study by Clara Davis, which I don't think would ever be approved by an IRB these days, but she took newly weaned infants and let them self-feed themselves, do their own diet selection over a period of months. Now, the trick of this was that she only really offered them nutrient-rich foods. You can look here, some weird ones, raw beef and cooked bone marrow, raw carrots, cooked turnips. Anyway, what happened with these kids is that they selected a balanced diet and they grew normally. So she came up with this idea that there must be some innate automatic mechanism that aided the kids' food choices. So some years ago, we decided to test whether this could be what we call sensory-specific satiety. And that is that when you eat a particular food, you don't like it as much as you continue to eat it, but you're still going to like other foods you haven't eaten, and this will encourage you to eat more variety and switch from food to food. So here's how we tested that idea. We had people taste little samples of different foods. You can have them taste anywhere from 4 to 8 foods that vary in their sensory properties, and they rate how pleasant is the taste of this food right now, how strong is your desire to eat this food, how much you like the smell of it, etc. After they do that, they eat as much as they want of a particular food. In this case, it's yogurt, and yogurt was the third food, the middle food they rated. After they've finished eating as much as they want, they re-rate those foods again, the same ratings. And here's what the data look like. This is the change in the pleasantness of the taste from the start of the meal to after they've eaten as much as they want. And you can see the food they've just eaten, yogurt, has declined significantly in terms of its taste, but other foods have stayed relatively unchanged. So that is what we call sensory-specific satiety. Now, we've done lots and lots of studies on this. I just want to show you a few. This is one that indicates that although you do dislike the food you've just been eating the most, it's not entirely specific. So here we're showing that eating a savory, salty food affects other savory, salty foods, but not sweet foods. Here they were eating as much as they wanted of sausages. This study was done in England with students years ago. Seems sort of odd now, but anyway, here are your sausages. Here are the other savory, salty foods. And here, the sweet foods that don't change sometimes even become more pleasant. And on the other hand, if you eat a sweet food, here it's a chocolate dessert, here it is, it affects other sweet foods, but not the salty, savory foods. So this has led to much attention from the media over the years. It continues. Why you always have room for dessert. Here we are back from 1986. It's because, you know, you've eaten your salty pizza or whatever, but you still want your ice cream. In 2019, Vox made a very nice little video, which I recommend you watch. It's only 4 minutes, that illustrates in the little experiment they set up how this works, why you always seem to have room for dessert. Here we go, the New York Times 2021, why you always have room for pie. And here, a great accomplishment in my career. I think this Vox video was so popular, I think it led to a New Yorker cartoon. It says, but I'm conducting the experiment. Will the 20th cookie taste just as good as the first? So there you go. That is sensory-specific satiety in action being tested. So sensory-specific satiety, as we started off, it encourages selection of a variety of foods. So this could be behind Clara Davis's kids self-selecting a nutritious diet that supported their growth. It also affects food intake. These changes in pleasantness are correlated with subsequent intake of that food. And since satiety is specific to a food that's being consumed, intake is greater when a variety of foods with different sensory properties are available. So sensory-specific satiety is great in that it encourages the variety that we need for our nutrient needs, but it can lead to overconsumption. We've done a lot of studies showing the variety effect and how it affects intake, but I again want to emphasize using these food properties to improve food choices is what we're interested in. So here we have a study in which we compared intake of half the plate being filled with one vegetable or with all three together. And you can see that when they had all three, they ate significantly more vegetables than when they had even their favorite vegetable, which you need to show because in the variety condition, they always have their favorite. So anyway, variety can be used to increase intake of foods that we underconsume, such as vegetables. Lately, we've been trying to work out some of the mechanisms behind sensory-specific satiety, and we've found that switching between meal components affects intake. So if you think about a typical meal, some people, here we're just testing macaroni and cheese with a glass of water. Some people might take a sip of water between every bite. Other people may have some water at the start of the meal and some at the beginning, but they don't switch. So the question is, does that switching affect how much people are eating? It keeps the foods tasting fresher, should we say. It changes the sensory exposure when you switch. So you can think in your mind, are we going to have people who switch a lot eating more or less? And here we find that when they switch more, and here it's between the food and the water, they ate significantly more. Now that makes you think about this whole notion that you should drink lots of water with food. We've also found that if you just look at switching between different foods, we've done a number of studies where we videotape kids eating, switching between different types of foods also affects intake. It increases it. So just a little bit of advice then before I wrap up, that obviously we can use this understanding about sensory-specific and satiety and variety to improve intake, use it to enhance intake of nutrient-rich foods. And my advice then is you fill your personal environment with a variety of well-liked foods that are low in calorie density, your favorite vegetables and fruits. For these strategies to get people to eat more of foods that they underconsume, they need to be relatively palatable compared to other foods. Okay, so we've talked about these three influences, and I just want to emphasize they don't happen in isolation. When we're eating, a lot of these things are occurring at once, and we have done studies to show variety and portion size act independently and combine to affect intake. So a lot of variety of foods, big in portion size, promotes excess intake. And portion size and calorie density act independently and combine. So big portions of calorie dense foods and a lot of variety is a recipe for overconsumption. So just then to wrap all this up and reiterate what I've been saying, that what you need to think about increasing the variety and availability of nutrient-rich foods that are low in calorie density. You want to increase intake of the high water, high fiber foods, vegetables, fruits, soups, whole grains, legumes, very underconsumed part of our diets often. And emphasize portion control for calorie dense foods that are low in nutrient density, foods that are high in unhealthy fats, foods with low moisture content all need to have careful portion control. Again, I have a picture here of how much more you can get for a particular calorie level if you've followed these principles. And I like this gee whiz picture to just make it clear how visual this strategy is again. So 2 different strategies for eating 1,600 calories a day. This is a total daily intake of what people often typically eat. So for breakfast, they might get a bun, half of a cheeseburger, and a few fries for lunch, a few chips, and pasta Alfredo, and some garlic bread and soda. Very small portions. If you go to the volumetrics way of eating, you get a lot more food. It looks much prettier, big, satisfying portions of nutritious foods. So, and then here are my 3 books on volumetrics, and give you lots more tips on all of this. So with that, I thank you, and I look forward to talking to Chef AJ about this.
Oh my gosh, Dr. Rolls, I literally took 3 pages of notes because I would like to just explore a few of the concepts you've talked about. I have to say, I always love your slides, and I think that is why I never was able to lose weight until I read volumetrics, because you always had the photos in there comparing different foods. And one thing I still remember from your original book is for the same amount of calories in a mere quarter cup of raisins, you can have 2 cups of grapes. Well, I always think, well, what's going to fill me up more? And I think people underestimate how important volume is to satiety.
Right, it is. It does. It's a lot of just choosing portions, thinking about satisfactions. It happens up here. We see a portion, we've learned what a satisfying portion is. And if something looks tiny, we automatically think that's not going to be enough food. So there's this whole learning. We've eaten thousands of meals by adulthood, and that learning is bound to affect things. Now, I want to say, you know, with the grapes versus raisins, it's not that raisins are bad. It's just that the calorie dense foods are easy to overeat. So if you're going to have your raisins, then you do have to exert portion control more carefully. And that's the point. I don't want to discourage.
Right. Exactly. And I'm not saying raisins are bad either.
I mean, the same goes with nuts. I think the nuts people always think, oh, well, you're saying don't eat nuts because they're calorie dense. No, nuts are very nutritious and such, but they're very easy to overeat. So that's the message. Portion control for the foods that are higher in calorie density. So it's just, you know, some foods you have to eat in more moderation than others is what you have to keep in mind. It's not the whole good food, bad food.
Absolutely. So when I eat raisins and nuts, I'm putting it in a gigantic salad rather than just eating trail
Yes,
mix.
absolutely. Yeah, that's the way to go. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me that in general, foods that are high in caloric density are much easier to overeat.
Mhm. Yes, right. And that's what we see in all of our studies. We've done lots, and even 3 to 5 year old kids respond the same way, and they're supposed to be able to self-regulate their intake. But these properties of foods are very compelling. They and we're not aware of it, but the portion size, energy density, variety are all combining to drive this epidemic of obesity that we have.
And why isn't this taught in medical schools?
Well, not much nutrition is taught at all. I'm hoping that that will change with all of there are new courses cropping up on culinary nutrition, et cetera. So we need it. And if I think what you said before, the visuals, if you can show people how visual this is and how much more food you get, if you just tweak your recipes a little bit, add a little bit more of the water-rich components, cut back on the fat a bit, you can keep your favorite recipe. You just have made it so that you can have a bigger portion if you want the same amount of calories, or you make it easier when you're cutting calories to have a satisfying portion.
Exactly. I mean, when I heard that you can actually eat more and weigh less and eat something like twice as much food, but take in half as many calories, I'm like, sign me up because I've
Mhm.
never seen people that understood and followed the principles of calorie density not be successful.
Yes, yeah. It's just it's hard in our food environment to do it because most of the food that's cheap and everywhere we go is just packed with calories, big portions. If it were made easier, if somehow the lower calorie density foods in the variety of portions were more of a default option, that would make life a lot simpler, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. You know, one of the previous speakers one year on the Truth About Weight Loss Summit named Josh Lajani, a friend of mine, he used to weigh 400 pounds and he was actually considering gastric bypass, but he learned about calorie density and he realized that instead of making his stomach mechanically smaller, he would choose to just make the food bigger and then
Uh-huh.
experience the same result.
Well, good for me. Sometimes, though, my nightmare is that people will hear make it bigger and they won't hear the part about lowering the calorie density. So you have to make sure that people understand that if they're going to eat the calorie dense foods, they really are going to have small portions.
Absolutely. So, how do you feel about the Ozempic craze?
I think it's fascinating. I think that um, we need more research on how these medications affect actual food choice and food intake. There's very little. There've been a handful of studies that are looking at single meal intake. I mean, we know anecdotally that people are not having the food noise, if you like, but I really would like to see more systematic studies of what's going on at the different stages of weight loss. I mean, they're getting better at controlling the nausea that often occurs early on, but what happens is the nausea part of the initial response. And then, of course, what I'd like to see with these medications, and I've been saying this for years, but I'm not sure it's being absorbed well, is use these medications as a teachable moment. When you've got the food noise controlled, teach people how good it feels to eat a healthy diet so that they could continue, if they're not taking the medication, to enjoy eating in a way that manages their weight and helps with their health. But, you know, it's that you're required to have a lifestyle program along with the medications if you get them through a legitimate source. But the medications are often so effective that that is not being emphasized as much as I think it should.
Right. And my concern is that the people that go on it don't always change their diet and start eating healthy from when they
Absolutely.
eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I know. And so think of it again as a teachable moment. We've got an opportunity to help people when they're not obsessed with food all the time, to think about eating better, eating healthy.
Right. The thing is that you have to, my understanding is, stay on this medicine forever. And I don't know if that's sustainable, but calorie density approach is sustainable. You could do it the rest of your life and have amazing health.
Absolutely. But I think it needs to be relatively easy, and people need to understand how much better they're feeling, and that they can still have their favorite foods.
Yeah.
You know, we in one of our weight loss trials on portion control, we had people tell us what their problem foods were, and you can imagine what they were, the sweet, energy dense crackers, and so. Then we asked them how they best managed these problem foods, and then related that to their year-long weight loss. The people who limited their problem foods, not completely got rid of them, but limited them, did significantly better at weight loss than people who just said, I'm never going to eat them again. So, they figured out how to manage them. And I think that's a really important, the idea that, oh no, I'm gonna have to never have whatever chocolate again, really undermines people's sustainability in this kind of healthy lifestyle approach. We have to get people beyond that, so they understand, yeah, sure, you can have a really healthy diet that's really, really enjoyable.
Right. Absolutely. I always tell people do the least restrictive plan that they can do that will give them the results they seek. But
Mhm.
because I just love volume so much, even if you told me I could have chocolate,
Mhm.
I'd compare it to how many of something else I could have, and I'd rather have that. So I think people need to know themselves and how important it is, whether or not they can have certain foods or if they want
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
Well, and that emphasizes the personalized approach. I mean, we're all going to be different in how we find success at this. And I do think that there are going to be great strides with technology, AI, et cetera, in the future at getting to personalization of these kinds of strategies. Um, so I think that we're at the cusp of some pretty exciting research. I do think that the medications are potentially, if we get the research funded and done, show more about mechanisms that are affecting intake, the biology, because there are going to be a lot of new combination drugs. And as they become available, trying to tease out how they work on intake is, I think, really exciting. I mean, if you don't have as much food noise and hunger, and are you going to respond in the same way to portion size, for example? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, then
Lots.
you're going to have to put it to the test and do the research.
Yes, or the future scientists of my trainees over the years, they're chomping at the bit to do some of this research. We just
Yeah.
need to get the funding. Yeah.
Certainly is fascinating. So
Yeah.
you talked about the big five that make people eat, and you started with the three most important: calorie density, serving size, and variety. And I'm wondering if, as a country, we suffer from portion distortion because ever since restaurants started to supersize, so did people.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's where the interest in portion size really started. Lisa Young and Mary Nessel back in um, around 2000 published a study showing that trends in obesity and portions were occurring together. And then we started doing our studies. So it just, as you would have thought, well, probably my grandmother did know that portions were affecting intake, but actually proving it had been tricky. There have been several studies that hadn't shown effects of portion size. Um, yeah, so it's hard to prove causality from these kinds of observational studies. So yeah, it seems clear that portion size could be part of what's going on. It would be great if we could find viable ways to give people more choices of portion. The problem is that big portions are really economically advantageous. You know, the calobuck ratio, the number of calories you get per dollar, that is economically best for you if you get really big, oversized portions, because the food is only a portion of what goes into giving you a meal or a package of food. So that's part of the problem. How do we get our food providers to do more about this? I think if they tweak the energy density in foods that can be, obviously dry foods, it's hard, but if you added a bit more veggies to some of your dishes, you could reduce the calorie density, you can reduce the calorie content and still have the same portion and charge the same. So, you know, it's figuring out economically how to make this something that our food providers are interested in giving us. But of course, the consumers have to demand it too. Unless we ask for it, we're not going to get it. The companies are in business to make money, so they have to have the demand. So this is where we come in. We have to tell people this is what you need to ask for. You need the right size portions. You need foods that are lower in calorie density. You need satisfying portions of vegetables that aren't slathered in some kind of fat sauce.
Right.
Make the fat optional. You know, there are just a lot of things that could be done. We actually find that people are more likely to notice differences in portion size than they are calorie density. And we can, in our lab, and we're not food scientists, reduce the calorie density of especially mixed dishes easily by 30% without people noticing.
That's amazing.
Portion size people, they're more likely to notice. So it's yeah.
Yeah. I try to do that with my recipes, Dr. Rolls, for example, putting black beans in my fudge brownies and putting some riced cauliflower in my rice pudding. I do it. That's how I do it as a chef.
Absolutely. And we've done studies in both adults and kids with the stealth vegetable approach, where we've reduced the calorie density with various types of vegetables and reduced spontaneously. People are eating fewer calories. They're obviously eating more vegetables. And when we did this in little kids, the kids actually liked the veggie enhanced breads that we made, things like zucchini bread, because they were moister. We were trying to match palatability across conditions. But when we published the study in kids, there was a hue and cry from dietitians across the country how sad it is that we actually have to sneak vegetables into our kids' foods to get them to eat them. And that's not what we said. This is an additional strategy. It's not the only strategy. We found that doing it didn't cannibalize, if you like, intake of other vegetables. We had vegetables on the side. The kids who had the veggie enhanced main parts of their meal did not eat fewer side veggies. So I just, you know, you can't win sometimes in this field. I think parents all the time are sneaking vegetables, applesauce into, I mean, they're doing this all the time. And, you know, and not framing. And you can tell the kids. I mean, it doesn't have to be stealth.
I do
like it.
I don't have kids, so I do it with my little dog using the principles by adding some steamed carrots to her meal. And it really works. It doesn't even matter what the species is.
Well, I'm appalled that you don't tell your dog.
Oh, that's funny. You know, you mentioned that it's so much cheaper to buy these larger portions. So it's going to be hard sometimes for people to choose to pay more as it is right now. And it's almost like what's good for our wallet isn't good for our waistline.
Right. And it's been the case for quite a while. You know, once franchises discovered that this was a way to sell food effectively some years ago. When you look at the history of all of the fast food outlets and such, it's tough to get them to turn it back. It's, again, it's consumer demand. If that's what people want, then they're going to get that. I mean, there have been some shifts, with some of the franchises offering fruit instead of fries, that kind of thing. So, if we keep pushing and if people order that,
Yeah.
a lot of the salads at fast food have pretty much gone now. They obviously weren't popular enough. So it's up to us to encourage people to choose the healthier options at these places.
Absolutely. So I found it fascinating that you said that smaller plates didn't have an effect on intake. And I think about this dietitian I know where at a spa that I teach at, where she always says, serve your salad on a dinner plate and your dinner on a salad plate. But you're saying the plate size didn't make a difference.
Okay, well, that's a little different. She's using the plate specifically as a tool, as part of a program of advice. That's a little different from just a person having a plate and deciding, okay, how much am I going to take? We have found chefs, we've done surveys of chefs. If they have bigger plates, they do tend to serve more. But I want to emphasize it's what's on the plate, not the plate size. So if it is actually encouraging chefs to give you more food, then that's the plate indirectly. Now, plates in terms of weight loss programs, the divided plates like my plate, have been tested in several 6-month weight management, clinical trials, and have some efficacy there. So it's just counting on a small plate to do the job. There are some studies where with a small plate, what people cut back on when they're serving themselves was the amount of vegetables they put on the plate. So you can't count on people just spontaneously to have the plate miraculously lead to less food, a lower calorie density option. Using it as a tool could help people, but it's different from what has been pushed, which was just use a small plate and you'll automatically eat less. Unfortunately, human nature, we can work around such things if we aren't really carefully employing that in the way that it's intended as part of a program.
You have to take into account what's actually on the plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, you mentioned that doggy bags could be a solution, but so many people have been taught to clean their plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and surveys that food industry people have done, most people say they eat all the food that's served them in a restaurant, whether they want it or not. And I think we've all experienced that. And it's especially if it's just a little bit too much, are you going to leave it? Or are you going to, I mean, it's not worth it to take it away, right? And then some foods are hard to take away. Some foods don't heat up well. It's complicated. Yeah, but sharing food, doing other things there, if you have a strategy when you're ordering, so if portions are going to be really big, then you could order something that's going to be good for taking away.
Yeah.
I've sometimes had up as many as 4 takeaway meals for one dinner. It's like, whoa. And actually having so much food is kind of off-putting. You look at the plate full of a mound of food and it's just like, I know I can't eat that, so I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, almost maybe ask for it at the beginning of the meal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people tend to eat more of calorie-dense foods. Is it because they just taste better?
They often do. Yeah, the sugar, fat, salt combination. We learn from an early age that it's really very tasty. It's really hard to go back to if a kid is growing up on these kinds of foods, then it's very difficult to shift it back. That's why I think giving tips on small changes, like we try to do in volumetrics, you tweak your favorite recipes. You don't try to dramatically change everything at once, so that you can go for a sustainable way of eating that you really enjoy.
You know, some people believe that the only way to lose weight is to carefully count calories or weigh and measure their food on a plate. But if I'm understanding you correctly, satiety almost begins with the eyes. And if we see snivelly portions of food, we expect maybe not to be as satisfied.
Yeah, I think that is true. But I think in terms of counting calories, I think for some people doing it for a few days to figure out what they're eating and where they can easily make changes makes sense. I know I wouldn't be able to do it long term, but learning about food, learning about where you have trouble, where you're overeating, where you can make viable changes, is, it's a learning experience for people. You do need to understand when you're choosing foods where the calories are. You need to learn how to read food labels, figuring it out and having. I think I'm always interested if do you think if you went up to people on the street and asked them how many calories do you think is the right amount for you for lunch, how many people would have a clue? And we're trying to teach people about the appropriate body mass index and all these other things, their blood pressure. Why not try to teach people how much they should be eating? I mean, we've had all these initiatives to get labels put on restaurant meals, but for many people they're meaningless because they have no clue what they should be eating anyway.
Yes.
So no, it's
I agree. I agree. Have you noticed, Dr. Rolls, that it seems like that the foods that are lowest in calorie density are also the foods that are highest in nutrient density? Maybe that's not an accident.
oh no, that's true. Yeah, it is true. Um, and because a lot of it boils down to the vegetables, fruits, whole grains, the foods that we already knew were the ones we should be choosing, and they have, in general, they're higher fiber. Yeah. I always think it's quite interesting that the low glycemic index diet proponents feel like they're in competition with the low energy density diet. I challenge them to try to separate them. The low calorie density foods hang out with the high fiber foods and vice versa. So I think just these diet wars and fighting over this or that distract from the main point that there's pretty good agreement on what a healthy eating pattern should be.
Yeah, absolutely. So you talked about how different macronutrients have different effect on satiety. So I would ask you, most people don't eat them by themselves. So for example, most people don't drink oil, but they'll eat French fries that are fried in oil.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and that's the thing. We eat foods, not macronutrients. But the diet wars have historically focused on shifting the proportions of macronutrients. And it still is a major approach to weight management. Whether it's high protein, low carb, it was low fat. It varies depending on the latest trend. But most of the trials that compare these different approaches don't control for calorie density. And so it's a huge confound. And I think some of the advocates of low fat diets think that fat and energy density are the same thing. They're not. You can have a high fat diet that's lower in calorie density than a low fat diet if it's full of fruits and vegetables. So the water and fat are continually playing off and balancing together. So, and the water content is the major component of most of the foods we eat. It has the biggest impact on the calorie density and the portions that we get to eat. Unless you're living on crackers and pretzels and cookies, then all bets are off. Getting the water, because you can't just drink the water to make it work. We've shown that in studies. So
I think people wish they could. You just explained to me why my friend who eats a 100% exclusively raw food diet, but also has a much more fat in her diet, is able to still be slender because overall the calorie density is lower.
Together, the water and fat. Yeah.
Yeah, that you just explained it to me how this works for people.
Yeah. Oil and water don't normally mix, but in food they're combined. So you take one part of fat and one part of water. Fat's 9 calories. And water none, so the calorie density is going to come down to 4.5, right? So
that's you really understand calorie density. Let me tell you that. So you mentioned that fat reduction has a large effect, more so than either sugar or fiber. And if I heard you correctly, you said that fat also has relatively weak satiety.
Well, no, I said that that's in the satiety hierarchy schema. Fat, we've done a number of studies comparing. It's if you match calorie density, the macronutrients don't have really vast differential effects on satiety.
Right.
So, fat is overeaten because it's calorie dense, but actually testing it. So there's a study done back in the 1970s with cloistered nuns where for 2 weeks they are fed a liquid diet. 75% of their diet is liquid and very different proportions of fat, but they controlled the calorie density. So over this 2 weeks, there was no difference in intake with a 20% difference in the fat content of these liquid diets. The water, they had matched the palatability, et cetera, of these, but they had mixed the water into the food. And in that case, this big difference in fat content had no effect on intake when calorie density was matched. That was back in 1979. So, but people didn't pay attention. I mean, that was the first big discovery that calorie density was the factor that was affecting intake.
That is so fascinating because maybe the reason people feel more satiated with fat is because it has a higher calorie density. And maybe people that are following, say, a Dr. Dean Ornish style program that's lower in fat aren't as satisfied because they're not eating as much food.
Well, in the end, the number of calories you eat does have some effect on how satisfied you feel. So, if you're eating a really low calorie diet, whether it's bulky or not, if it's really low, you might get hungrier. In a lot of these studies, we try to, when we're comparing things, we match the calories. So you're looking at, if you have a 500 calories of this or that, but going down to a really low calorie diet is going to have effects. So psychologically, visually, et cetera, having the volumetric diet with bigger portions is going to help you not look at your half full plate and be horrified that you're not getting enough food.
Yeah, absolutely. When you say calorie density was matched, but that's not something we can do on our own, right?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't want people worrying about the calorie density of their overall diet and counting it and such. It's knowing how to tweak it, to add your water-rich components, to take out the unnecessary, unhealthy fats that you don't need, and just doing that. And then you're reducing calorie density. But I would get messages from people, how do I calculate the energy density, calorie density of my daily diet? Don't. It's hard. I wouldn't recommend it any more than I would continually try to count calories. Understanding food and knowing that you're choosing the lower calorie dense option or modifying your favorite food to reduce calorie density. It's all about these tweaks, not counting and obsessing over numbers. I mean, we do it experimentally because we have to show one factor, isolate things, but not for the general. I don't think I could do it. Not maintain it. It'd drive me nuts.
Absolutely. I don't know if this is true, Dr. Rolls. I heard this from a doctor, I believe at Tufts, but when restaurants have their nutritional information online, she told me that that is only the calories that's in the actual dish. So let's say, for example, they have a veggie stir fry and you see the calories and the amount of grams of fat, that's only in the recipe. It doesn't account for what the individual chef then adds the oil to the pan to stir fry it, that is not in the nutritional information, which is why there can actually be hidden fat and calories in restaurant food.
Well, absolutely. And then you order a sandwich, for example, and it's the bare bones. It doesn't account for any of the other stuff that you put on it. So yeah, it's tricky, but understanding. So if you know the bare bones and you can make your initial decision, and then you know what these different condiments and things are going to do, then you're an informed consumer. You're not counting the numbers, but okay, if I opt to put mayonnaise on my sandwich, that is going to increase the calories and the calorie density more than if I add mustard, say. So it's just knowing these kinds of decisions. If I choose to have lettuce and tomatoes rather than cheese, I'm gonna lower the calories. It's those kinds of decisions that people can make actively and with an informed decision.
Yeah. Or eat at home if you're trying to lose weight.
Well, yes, cooking yourself is obviously, for most of us, a really effective option.
No, absolutely. I thought that was so interesting when you talked about how portion size and calorie density act independently of each other.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they do. They add together. So when we've done studies where we've separated them and then combined them very systematically, and yeah, the effects are independent but additive, and with variety too, and eating rate. So that some Dutch studies on eating rate. So all these different factors come to a perfect storm in a lot of the meals that are being offered to us in our rich environment of food.
Absolutely. I love when you talk about sensory specific satiety, because one of the things I remember most about your wonderful book, the first Volumetrics, was your story about a pasta dinner in Italy.
Oh, yes, right. It was the Italians' idea of a joke where we had 14 courses of pasta. We had been bussed up to this castle and waited for hours, and they brought in all these top chefs, and then we get the menu, and it was hilarity. But after about, I don't know, 4 or 5 courses of pasta, no matter how delicious they were, people started walking around, feeling, conversing, not eating, and they had pasta specific satiety. What can I say? But as soon as the dolce came back to the table, everybody returns and hunkers down and digs in. So that was the why you always have room for dessert part of the story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it seems that no matter how much a person eats stuffed to the gills at Thanksgiving, if you offer a dessert, which is probably higher in calorie density than whatever they had the rest of the meal, they always seem to be able to fit it in.
But it's this switching off one type of liking and keeping the other. As I hope I showed you with some of our studies, and I just think it's so interesting that over the years that story just keeps coming back. Why you always have room for dessert. It's fun, but I would recommend people watch that Vox video. It's quite fun, and it's only 4 minutes. It's you know, it's it's still up there. I got good I was going to say brownie points, but they'd be quite energy dense. I got good kudos from my grandkids when that aired because they thought, oh, Grandma, if you get 20 views, that's going to be great. And, it's well over 1 million. So
That is wonderful. We'll link to that for sure. I can't wait to watch that. So you had talked about something that is so important, that water incorporation has the biggest impact, and that we want to eat the water, not just drink it.
Yeah, we did a study some years back where we had 4 different conditions. We had people eating their lunch with no first course. Then we had a casserole dish, which was made with chicken and vegetables, and it then could be diluted down to make a soup. So in another other condition, we added a glass of water, a 10-ounce glass of water to make a soup. And then we had another condition where people had the casserole but drank the water as a beverage. And we found that if they had the soup, they ate significantly less at the meal than they had even with no first course at all. So they got an extra course and they ended up eating less because they were so full with the soup. And of course, the casserole added calories to the main course. Drinking the water along with the casserole pretty much was the same as having the casserole without water. So it had to be incorporated into the food. And of course, you get a much bigger volume. You get a big bowl of soup compared to a little casserole. Immediately, you're getting the visual cues, you're getting more oral satisfaction, you're getting more stomach fill. So very complicated. But yeah, having the water organoleptically in the food, it changes the whole way that it's handled. There have been studies since then by gastroenterologists showing that drinking the water along with the food, the water empties out of your stomach very quickly. So it's not doing the same job in terms of stomach fill as having the water actually incorporated in the food.
Yeah. Well, think about it. In nature, the water is in the food, right? We haven't taken it out to dry it or dehydrate it or anything like that. So if we eat the foods that are found in nature that are from a plant rather than manufactured in a plant, the water and fiber will both just automatically be intact. And if I understand you correctly, it's the magic of the water with the fiber that creates this full feeling we know as bulk.
Yeah, well, yeah. Even without the fiber, I think it's still going to work. But yeah,
as long as it's in the food, though, not
in the food,
yeah.
Right? Yeah,
you don't want to eat like a big bucket of popcorn and then drink the water. That's not going to work. Okay, that would make sense for sure. It's funny because if people are full, nobody ever wants another serving of vegetables, right?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it depends on how good they are and in which country you're in. I can imagine. I mean, in France they have the salad
After
later.
the meal, right?
So a lot of this is cultural. So it doesn't have to be that way.
Right. So I actually took a few pictures of your slides, and one of my favorite slides was the one with the visual of the 2 trays with the same amount of calories, but the food was vastly different.
Yeah.
And if I understand you correctly, that even if the weight of the food is the same, people can feel as full if the food is low in calorie density.
Yeah, that tray is what it's saying is the calories are the same, the macronutrient proportions are the same, but they got much more food by weight with the low calorie density. So it was the calories and the proportion of macronutrients that were matched. If you were wanting to do it with matched weight and lower calories, yeah, I mean you could, yeah, sure. I mean that's often what is happening in volumetrics. That's not what that tray's showing, but yeah, sure.
But you're the one, aren't you the one that discovered that people consistently eat about the same amount of food per day by weight, and that we need a certain amount to feel full?
Yeah. Right. It's just thinking. I was thinking about that tray, and the tray is matched for other properties, but not weight. But sure, I mean you could, and that's what we've done in a number of our studies. People are eating the same weight of food spontaneously and feeling just as full.
Feeling just as full.
And eating fewer calories.
So if you keep the weight the same, but lower the calorie density in some of your research, they still feel as full.
Well, they're voluntarily keeping the weight the same because that's what they're choosing to eat. So that's what we weren't imposing it on them. That's their choice. So that's the good news, is that that's what people do if you give them. Now, of course, when I talk about this, it's on average. I mean, obviously, holidays we don't just eat the same weight of food. It varies, but this is statistically over time, the weight of food or volume, it's hard to measure food volume, are more consistent than the energy that we consume. So, I think we're judging how much to eat by how it looks, by what we've learned looks like an appropriate amount.
Yeah. Well, I love that I don't know if you invented calorie density, but you really perfected it and made it so explainable and made it such a delicious and sustainable way to not only lose weight, but be healthy and maintain any weight you've lost. So I sign me up. Why do you think, Dr. Rolls, that as a society, we vastly underconsume vegetables? I read a statistic that Americans eat something like less than 10% of their calories from fruits and vegetables.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're low in calories. Looking at them by calories isn't the right way, because we're not going to eat like, it's the proportion, the servings. I think that we haven't really made enough effort to make them yummy. I mean, and I think that a lot of chefs now are becoming more aware of how you do this, but you often, if you get them in many fast food places, they're tiny portions, they're slathered in fat. They haven't become part of cuisine, and we need to fix that, because they're so versatile, they're so yummy, and just so one of the pictures I showed had a picture of tomatoes, and the variety one, those are from my garden. And if you experience the fresh, yummy, just enjoyment. I think tomatoes are my favorite food, but only really the ones that are in my own garden, the new ones, the fresh. It's not like anything else you can have, but who gets to experience this? But learning how to add herbs, spices, and such to enhance flavors rather than just relying on fat, which is sort of, to me, a cop out here.
Absolutely.
Relying on sugar fat on and hope that's going to make them taste better, whereas there's so many more interesting things you could be doing with the produce.
I agree. We rely too heavily on sugar, fat, and salt when there's other ways to make food taste absolutely delicious. You talked about the big five, and we talked about three of them: calorie density, serving size, and variety. If you could just very briefly touch on the two that you didn't talk about, and what impact liquid calories and texture have on our eating behavior.
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of research that liquid foods or beverages are more readily overconsumed. They sneak in. Their beverages, probably mostly tweak thirst mechanisms, so they're not necessarily registering as well as a food. And eating rate, there's a group in the Netherlands that does a lot of really important work on that, showing that softer foods, less viscous foods are consumed more quickly. So yeah, the the thing about changing the texture of foods is it's hard to do without changing the palatability. Whereas energy density you can tweak much more readily. So it's not that changing texture isn't going to potentially affect intake. It's just in terms of the food science, it's much harder.
Great, thank you. So, so chewing your food is probably a good thing.
Absolutely. Slowing down, chewing, being, mindful, if you like, paying attention to what you're eating is a good thing. Oral processing, the amount of chewing and the time in your mouth all affect the processes of satisfaction.
Great, thank you. So I have one more question, Dr. Rolls. If you could send a personal message to our viewers, what would you want them to know as they either start or continue their health or weight loss journey?
Okay, so first of all, I don't want you to think of weight management and healthy eating as separate. They need to be the same thing. A lot of people dichotomize them. They think, oh, I'm going to go on a diet, so I just am going to do whatever. Doesn't matter about eating a good balance of nutrients. No, you have to have them the same. And then when you do that and you choose your healthy dietary pattern, it's going to mean that you don't have to diet hungry because you're going to fill your plate with yummy, low calorie density foods, your favorite fruits, vegetables, soups, and you will learn that you feel so much better when you're eating healthy that you're going to sustain this eating pattern for life.
Great. Dr. Rolls, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You really are my shiro. I am so honored that I'm one of the few people that actually get to interview Dr. Barbara Rolls. If you search for her on the internet, you'll see very, very few interviews. She's really an introvert and she doesn't like to do interviews. So I am so blessed that she talks to me, and her presentation was incredible. I hope you will agree. And here are my key takeaways from Dr. Barbara Rolls. So she talked about the big three factors driving food intake, and she focused on three major food properties that significantly influence how much we eat. And these are portion size, calorie density, and variety. So let's talk about each one in detail. Portion size. So Dr. Rolls emphasized how portion size directly affects how much we eat, and her research showed a clear dose response effect. The larger the portion, the more people consume without even realizing it. Even when people were served larger portions of foods like macaroni and cheese, their hunger and fullness didn't differ much compared to those eating smaller portions. This finding was consistent across various types of food, including snacks, beverages, and even fruits and vegetables when served in larger portions. She also highlighted that this effect isn't just short term. In one study, participants were given 50% larger portions for 11 days straight, and they consistently ate more each day without compensating by eating less later. Men consumed around 4,600 extra calories, and women consumed over 5,000 extra calories during that period, which clearly shows how portion size can have a sustained impact on calorie intake. So what about strategies to manage portion size? Smaller plates? Well, surprisingly, using smaller plates didn't reduce how much people ate. Instead, they just went back for more servings. What about doggy bags? Offering takeout containers helped people to eat less because they knew they could save the food for later instead of feeling compelled to finish it. And this strategy was particularly effective in moderating portion sizes. So the takeaway here is that while we can't always control the portions we're served, being mindful of them and having strategies like asking for a doggy bag early on in the meal can actually help you avoid overeating. Calorie density, also known as energy density, and this is where Dr. Rolls really shines. I mean, she has done more research in this field than any other human, and that's why she's often referred to as the queen of calorie density. Calorie density refers to how many calories are packed in a given weight or volume of food. Foods that are high in water and fiber, like fruits and vegetables, naturally have low calorie density, where processed foods, oils, and fats are high in calorie density. And Dr. Rolls pointed out that our bodies tend to eat similar amounts of food by weight, not by calories. So if you eat a lot of calorie-dense foods, you're automatically consuming more calories without feeling fuller. In one of her studies, when people ate meals lower in calorie density by adding water-rich vegetables, they consumed fewer calories, but still felt just as full. So what are some practical tips to lower calorie density? Well, eat your water, don't drink it. Incorporate water-rich foods into meals instead of just drinking water. Soups, stews, fruits, and salads bulk up meals without adding many calories. So adding veggies to meals, like mixing vegetables into pasta and casseroles or even baked goods to reduce their caloric density. And limiting, or maybe for some people, even omitting the higher calorie dense foods for a time, like nuts or raisins, which are healthy but very calorically dense, or enjoying them in smaller portions or mixing them into larger dishes to avoid overeating. The big message here is that by focusing on volume, you can eat satisfying large portions even of food while still managing your weight. Variety and sensory-specific satiety. And this is fascinating because Dr. Rolls explained sensory-specific satiety, which is how the appeal of a specific food decreases as we eat more of it, but the appeal of other foods stay the same. It's kind of known as like the buffet effect. This is why even after a big dinner, we somehow still have room for dessert. It's a different taste and texture. But here's the catch. Variety can be a double-edged sword. Where there's a lot of variety, especially of calorie-dense foods, it encourages us to eat more. However, this concept can be flipped to work in our favor. Offering a variety of fruits and vegetables at meals can actually lead to eating more of those nutrient-rich foods. So what are some practical tips for managing variety? Well, use variety to your advantage by serving a mix of colorful fruits and vegetables, preferably at every meal, and be mindful of offering too much variety with high-calorie foods at once, as it can lead to overeating. Simple changes like offering 3 types of vegetables instead of 1 can increase how much people eat of the healthier options. So we addressed some common diet trends. Dr. Rolls touched on trends like macronutrient manipulation, whether low carb, high protein, or low fat diets work. And she emphasized that long term, there's no significant difference in weight loss outcomes based on macronutrient composition alone. But what truly matters is focusing on overall dietary patterns, especially increasing the proportion of low calorie dense, nutrient rich foods. She also shared her perspective on medications like Ozempic, acknowledging their effectiveness, but stressing the importance of pairing them with lifestyle changes. These medications could serve as a teachable moment to help people to adopt healthier eating habits rather than solely relying on the medication. She talked about the power of visuals in eating behavior. She highlighted how our brains are influenced by the visual size of portions. And if a portion looks small, we automatically think it won't be filling enough, regardless of how filling it actually is. And this underscores why large, colorful plates of fruits and veggies, salads, soups can be more satisfying than small servings of calorie-dense foods. She shared an iconic visual comparing 2 trays of food with exactly the same calories. One tray had small portions of snacks like pretzels, nuts, and a soda, while the other had a large, colorful spread of fruit, salad, and soup. Visually, the larger portions of low-calorie food are far more satisfying and filling. So here are some actionable steps Dr. Rolls talked about. Portion control matters. Bigger portions lead to more eating. Be mindful of serving sizes and consider using strategies like doggy bags. Wonder how they got that term. I guess people brought the food home from their doggies. Prioritize low-calorie dense foods. Focus on water-rich, high-fiber foods like fruits, vegetables, soups, and whole grains. Use variety wisely. Increase variety with healthy foods, but be cautious of offering too much variety with calorie-dense options. Eat your water, not drink it. Of course, you should drink water, but she's talking about incorporating water into meals through soups, stews, and fruits instead of relying on beverages, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, and that small tweaks matter. You don't need to overhaul your diet. Simple changes like adding veggies to meals or reducing fat can make a big difference. Dr. Rolls ended with a very powerful message that managing weight and eating healthfully aren't separate goals. They should go hand in hand. By focusing on nutrient-rich, satisfying food, you can enjoy large, filling meals and still support your health and weight goals. It's about creating a lifestyle that feels good and is sustainable for life. What stood out for me the most is how doable and empowering her approach is, because it's not about restricting or counting calories, weighing and measuring your food on a plate for the rest of your life, or using a food scale. It's really just about making smarter, more satisfying food choices. And that just seems so hopeful to me. If you're curious to learn more, her volumetric books are full of practical strategies that bring these concepts home. Definitely worth checking out. Thank you, Dr. Rolls, for a brilliant and eye-opening conversation. Next up, we have Tim and Heather Kaufman, who will be talking about the power of choice, simple steps that help them lose 300 pounds together. Tim and Heather Kaufman are a husband and wife team who've battled food addiction, obesity, family illnesses, and personal loss, but they've been through a remarkable transformation. Through adopting a whole food plant-based diet, they were able to regain control and completely turn things around. Their story is one of resilience and the power of choice. Tim and Heather lost a combined nearly 300 pounds, with Tim regaining his health and Heather shedding 90 pounds to become an avid runner. Please welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit, Tim and Heather Kaufman. Hi, Tim and Heather, and welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Hi, Chef AJ. Thank you for having us today.
Yeah, it's always cool to hang out with you. Thank you so much for having us.
Well, I'm excited for the viewers to hear your story, because it's my understanding that together you lost close to 300 pounds as a couple. We'd like to know how you did that, but specifically, what the heck did you eat?
Well, whole grains, whole foods, grains.
So we're actually, it's kind of cool because we're going to show you what we started eating. Then we kind of got away from that and we're back to very simple. So we've been at this 13 years. And I think in the beginning, we didn't know much. We just kept doing very simple things and repeating them. And what we would find over the next decade, that the simple things repeated are really where the success lies. So Heather was the potato girl, still is. She loves potatoes, and she lost a lot of weight on potatoes. And I happen to like beans, not her favorite, but she'll eat them. So that's what we wanted to show you, is a very simple way that we make these, and hopefully we'll give the viewers some tips and some advice about what's helped us, and probably the most important things, because we would try 1,000 things, fail 990 times, but the 10 things that we learned are the things that we still do today.
That sounds great. Well, I'm definitely on Team Heather. I'm all for the potato.
Right.
And so, Heather, you lost close to 100, didn't you? Just eating potatoes, basically.
Right. Yep. Started with potatoes and, incorporated whole greens, fruits, vegetables, and we got active. And here we are today. Here I am today.
Well, I hope that at some point you're going to show a before and after, because people will not believe it. Because Tim, you lost 200 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah, but I know this sounds so cliche-ish, but I think Heather would agree. it's really not what we lost. Like we don't even really think about the lost weight. And I know this is a weight loss summit, but really, guys, what comes with the late weight loss is a gain in life. Life is so much different. We're going to talk about that, how different life is today than when it was when we weren't healthy and we were carrying around a whole bunch of extra weight.
Right.
Well, I can't wait to see what you ate and what you used to look like.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and flip this camera, and we are going to actually do this together. Shaboom. So we got to go over there.
I see potatoes on the counter.
Yes. So, okay, so we got our mic over here. Camera's up there, by the way.
Okay.
So we're going to get Heather started first. And Heather, what are you going to be creating?
I'm gonna do shake and bake potatoes.
Shake and bake. This is one of her favorite things to do. We've been doing this a long time, but just to give you guys a little bit of reference, well, I'll start cutting these.
Tim's gonna start cutting them, and then I'm gonna put some spices in a bag.
So we just have red potatoes here. And while I'm cutting these, I don't want to be too distracted. But so the way Heather cuts these, tell them how you cut these.
Very fancy at cutting potatoes. I cut them the best that I can and throw them in a bag. Tim's a lot nicer cutting them than I would be.
So maybe we could tell them a little bit about the size that you're cutting these and cook time.
Different sizes. Sometimes I do little chopped pieces. Other times we do fries, long fries. Other times I do wedges or even real thin chips.
So if you're in a hurry, you're going to want these smaller because the smaller mass with a more surface area, they're going to cook a lot faster. To give you just a little idea, you can start loading these in the bag. To give you an idea of just so kind of a background of us, I was definitely a huge meat eater. I did a lot of things with like making sausage, smoking, like processing meat. Not so much chef stuff, but since then, we've written about 3 cookbooks. Some of them have sold tons of copies. We've cooked literally tons of food a month for a restaurant that was booming that we sold about a year ago. But we're no strangers to preparing and cooking food. So it's not like when you see us cutting up a potato, there's a reason for it. I mean, we could impress you with these fancy recipes and stuff, but I think the point that we're trying to make
is the simpler it is, the easier it is.
Yes, keep it very simple.
To maintain and sustain it.
And don't let me cut your fingers off
Right.
on the stomach because that will be awful. So I just cubed these up quick. Heather rinsed these earlier. She's got red potatoes. What other potatoes do you like, Heather?
Sit, like the Yukon Gold. My favorite are is it the Jersey sweet potatoes?
Sweets, yeah.
Regular sweet potatoes. I
You
like
call-
them all.
You guys live back east, they're called Jersey. Here we often call them white sweet potatoes or Hannah yams. And I agree with you, Heather. Those are my favorite. But I'm curious because there might be people watching the summit this year for the first time that are thinking, well, potatoes? How do you eat potatoes and lose weight? They're carbs. Aren't those bad?
Yes, there's lots of there's carbs in them, but they're good carbs.
Yeah, well, I think one of the biggest problems we have with carbs is people don't explain, like, what is a carb? Is butternut squash a carb? Is a Snickers bar a carb? Is a Twinkie a carb? Carbs get a really bad rap because we group all this food into like this one category. And I think that's where we get into trouble. So yes, a lot of people will say don't eat potatoes, they'll put weight on, but the truth is what you put on the potato is more important than the potato. So people will take a potato that's 100 calories and then they dump butter and bacon and cheese on it and then wonder why they're gaining weight. It's got to be the potato, right? It has to be. So potatoes get a very bad rap. So she has them in her bag and now she's going to start seasoning them.
My favorite seasonings are dill weed. So I'll do a teaspoon of dill weed. Take this off here. About a teaspoon. Maybe we'll do 2 of these. Can I do 2 of these?
So there's a reason why we don't have a recipe either. Because even though we have cookbooks, we love cookbooks. We have a ton of cookbooks. We very rarely cook with recipes. Well, we do once a month, actually. If we're having company over or we're putting recipes in our membership group, we get a little fancier. But for the most part, we're just cooking kind of by how we feel. So I don't want some dill in here. That's what she put in.
And I'm gonna put a teaspoon of onion powder. And then I will do a teaspoon of garlic powder. Nutritional, yep. You gave me all brand new ones.
So we go to a lot of spices. We still have a card from the restaurant, so we can go to a wholesaler to get all our spices. So it's so much more cost effective to buy spices in big.
And then I'm gonna do 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast. Just depends on how much, how many potatoes you're gonna cook. So, and how much you, and what you like on them. So all I do is
So what's the nutritional yeast? Because some people probably never heard of that.
the nutritional yeast.
Yeah, what kind of flavor does that give you? Why do you add it?
Cheesy-ish flavor.
Yeah.
And so these are the seasonings that I like, but you can use whatever you want, whether you want to make them chili, whether you want to make them taco flavored, just garlic, but I just kind of move it around, take them up. Just so if they get coated.
Did you guys ever hear of nutritional yeast before you started eating a plant-based diet?
Absolutely not. No.
I know. You wonder about that when I think back, you know.
And then I'm just gonna dump them into my air fryer. Kind of small around
Do you want
here.
me to take it up to the camera?
Yeah.
So these get really nice and coated in the bag. So it's a really good way to spread the seasoning out. And then we're just gonna pop these in the air fryer and they will turn out delicious. We might give them a shake in between.
So I'll put them on at 400 for probably about 30 minutes. And it also just depends how many you put in and how big you slice them or cut them.
So we probably, I'm gonna say we do this almost every other day. A lot of times Heather likes these at night while she's watching TV. We'll just take a couple potatoes, turn them into fries, put them in there. And to be honest with you, most of the time you don't even put seasoning on, right?
Right.
So she just cuts the potato up, puts them on. One tip for these, if you have time, we found actually from the restaurant that if you cut the potatoes up ahead of time and put them under cold water and put them in the fridge overnight, I don't know what it does to the potato, but they taste so much better.
Yes.
Because we used to do sometimes 200 pounds of potatoes in a week at our restaurant. So,
Like that for a couple of days.
yes, they have to be underwater
Yeah.
or they'll turn brown.
Maybe it has to do with something with the resistant starch when you soak them first.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually, I know the resistant starch changes when you heat them up. You cook them, cool them, and I know when you reheat them, it changes it. But yeah, so I want to talk really quickly. The air fryer is a great addition. When we started this, we went crazy buying anything that we could get our hands on, and we've kind of reduced that. And I think
Right.
part of being in this for the long game, you learn a lot of stuff along the way, and you learn, it's probably like anything. When we started hiking or started running, you got to accessorize everything, and then you realize like years later, like just put your shorts on, grab your shoes, and go for a run. I mean, I think that's where we are now. But the Instapot, the Vitamix, and the air fryer are really our 3 main things that we use a lot. The Instapot is so handy. And so I want to put these beans in, but I know they're never going to be done in the time we have. So I actually cook some ahead of time. But I want to talk about why this stuff is important. For me, like, I'm just very honest with people. If you want a whole food, plant-based lifestyle, you have to cook. It doesn't have to look like chef cooking. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be huge variations. You have to learn how to cook. You're not going to get this food. There's very few places you will get this food, especially you're doing no oil, no salt, Like it's not going to happen, at a restaurant. It's just not. So you have to learn how to cook. And I believe the easiest thing in our kitchen to use is the Instant Pot. It's very hard to screw this up. You literally, I hate to sound like an infomercial, you set it and you forget it.
That's exactly how I feel about it.
Mhm.
And this is key because I know Chef AJ talks about this, and there's a reason why people that have been doing this a long time talk about this. If it's not sustainable, like if you change something that's not sustainable, you're never going to last. This is sustainable. You literally dump it in, dump our beans in, dump the water in, some spices, turn it on. And I'm going to show you the next level after that, because I think this is super important. I love black beans. I've been doing a lot of weight training. I train hard for Ironman and things like that. And so I love black beans. They're a great source of protein. They're a great source of fiber. They're loaded with nutrients, and I love them. I love the way they taste. So this is so stinking simple. It's literally 1-to-2 ratio. So I have 4 cups of black beans. Rinse them first. We buy beans in huge quantities. What are they? 25-pound bags.
I believe so.
25-pound bag. We don't play around. Like when we go shopping, we come back with 50 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of beans, lentils, like all that stuff. So I have my 4 cups of black beans, and I'm literally just gonna double that. I'm making a bigger batch, and I'll tell you why. And I have 8 cups of water. So it's just 2-to-1. That's it. And we do this with brown rice as well. Obviously, the ratio is a little different. It's a little bit below 1.5-to-1, but it's the same kind of process, just a different time. Everyone wants to make all these fancy numbers so complicated. It's literally heat and time. So for us, we cook everything on high pressure, and then it's just a matter of picking out the time. So I have my beans and water in here. I like very spicy things. If I was making Heather's potatoes, I would do chili powder, cumin, red pepper. Yeah, I like hot things. So I'm not even going to measure this because I'm pretty good at guessing, but I'll tell you about, I'm going to try to put, well, actually, I'll measure. I'll get in trouble if I don't. So I'm going to put 1 tablespoon of onion powder. So typically what I do is whatever I do with the onion powder, I do about 1/3 with the garlic powder. I find that if I overdo the garlic powder, not garlic itself, but garlic powder, it tends to get bitter, and I don't want to get it bitter. So I did 1 tablespoon, and I'm going to do 1 teaspoon of this is actually granulated garlic. We feel it doesn't clump like garlic powder, so we get the granulated. So there's my garlic and onion. I typically, almost everything I make, I start with onion powder and garlic powder. Then I like a nice smoky flavor. So I'll put about 2 teaspoons of this in here. And again, guys, I'm really just guessing. I'm just guessing. I want them smoky. I will measure the red pepper because I don't want to guess on that. But chili powder, that's going to give me a really nice, bold taste. I'm going to put at least a tablespoon of that. We really, really, really like our spices. Spices are a game changer for us. And I'm going to put just about 1/2 of a teaspoon, just in case Heather wants some, 1/2 of a teaspoon of red pepper. And I could keep going. I could make these taste whatever way I want. This smells really good, so I already know it's going to be great. And all I'm going to do is give this a quick stir, if I can. This speed is a little bit overkill, but that's all right. I'm just going to give it a good stir just to get those little clumps. I probably actually don't even have to do this. If I wanted to be really fancy, I could dice an onion up in here ahead of time. And I'm literally just going to go seal this off. I'm going to cook it for 30 minutes on high pressure. And I'm going to let it naturally release. Now, because of the magic of TV, I can show you what they come out like. Now, these, when they cool down, they're still warm because they just took them out. But there's a really nice broth that comes with these. For years, people were telling me that, scratch-made beans in the Instant Pot were so much better than canned beans, and I never believed them. They are 100% better. Like you can't even compare them.
Yep.
So the beautiful thing about these is they freeze amazingly well. So I have my beans here. They have a nice broth. Then what I do, usually I make a huge pail of these, and then I put them in 12-ounce containers. And so I happen to have some here. I have a freezer downstairs that will have just boxes of these stacked. These are not actually the containers we usually use. We usually use these
12-ounce round container.
Yeah. So it's about a cup and a half. I keep them a little shy. And I'll fill these up after they cool down and I go stack them in my freezer. And I have, I don't know, how many does it make? 30?
Somewhere around
It's a
there,
lot.
yeah.
The cool thing is I come home, I'm hungry, right? I'm super busy. I got so much to do. I literally go downstairs. I keep some up here too. And I can nuke them in 5 minutes. You know, I pop them out of there, run them in hot water, pop them out of there, put them in a dish. I nuke them 5 minutes later. I have the most beautiful black beans. I put them on greens if I have rice.
You also can, you also get them out the night before and you take them to work sometimes as well.
Yes, and I have a freezer at work, and I stuff them in there. And we're going to talk about that. I think being prepared is the most important thing you can do. When you're hungry, tired, you're going to do stupid things. So if you're hungry and tired and you have all this food prepared, it's going to keep you on track. Would you say that's the biggest thing that we've learned? Like, I think that's the biggest
is to stay prepared. Yes, definitely.
So let's talk about some things that we prepare ahead of time. And I wish this was tomorrow or the next day, because we could have literally took you in our fridge and showed you. I literally ate the last meal prep last night. So Heather, why don't you walk people through, like, we buy these containers by the cases, and let's tell folks what we do with them.
I like rice sometimes. So what I'll do is I'll do like a cup of rice in each container for like 5 days. Or we will do some potatoes and tofu. Also we have, let's say this has 1 cup of rice in it. What I'll do is I'll take my 1 cup of rice out and I'll grab these steamable vegetables that we get at Aldi's, and I will microwave the rice, and then I'll microwave the vegetables, and then I'll put the rice on top of the vegetables, and I'll have that for lunch or dinner.
Yeah.
And then you like something different.
This is weird. But we might as well show them. You guys are in our kitchen. So we eat out of these every day. They're huge. And so typically what happens is we start off with a bed of greens. You like romaine. I like the more bitter greens, the spring mix and things like this, and kale. But we start off with a bed of greens. And like Heather says, we make his and hers. So just like I'm using the Instant Pot to do beans, we do brown rice. Typically, I'll put some onions, sometimes some grated carrot, sometimes a little turmeric, kind of jazz them up a little bit. But they're very simple, very plain. And then we'll fill these, and these have become a game changer for us. The frozen vegetables that we get, like, I am not kidding. Like, am I kidding about how many of these you buy?
No, I go in and get a whole cart.
The entire cart, like, she'll fill the entire, it's just us.
Right.
The entire cart, because these have very low calorie density and they're so stinking convenient. Again, if you keep this convenient, you can do it forever. So this is what my dinner looks like. I pull this out. This is already prepared. It already has my rice in there. I heat that up. Well, that's heating up. I'll take a bag of, like, I love, this is my favorite. I'll take a bag of broccoli, heat that up, and then I build my bowl. You know, I'll have my greens. I take this, plop that on there, put the veggies on top of it. If we have fresh tomato, we've been into matchstick carrots lately, sometimes artichoke hearts, and I just build the thing. It's so beautiful. It takes literally 5 minutes to make.
And sometimes I'll have the greens. I'll also put potatoes on the side. And I actually like the cut green beans better than the broccoli. And I also like I mix and match between them, and there's also a mixed vegetable bag that we get as well. And I just kind of mix it up a little bit with the frozen vegetables.
Yes, and you could talk a little bit about how you do bigger portions of potatoes. Sometimes we'll do potatoes in the Instant Pot for you.
Yes, so it's like 1 cup of water in the bottom, load up the Instant Pot with potatoes.
12
and
minutes,
That's 16?
12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Depends on how big the potatoes are.
Okay.
We'll cut them in half if we're in a hurry.
And then I have the potatoes, I cut them in half then, and they're already cooked, or I mash them up with a fork, and there's so much you can do with it.
Or put them in the air fryer.
Or yes, one little thing that I like to do is when they come out of the Instant Pot, they're like boiled potatoes, and I like to smash them down with the fork a little bit, and then I like to put that in the air fryer, so you have like this little, I guess like a hash brown, but it's like a crisped up boiled potato, and it's delicious. There's so much you can do with that.
Yes.
I'm just gonna check these.
She's going to give them a shake. The other thing that we do sometimes with these is I'll throw the whole frozen bag. Obviously, I take them out of the bag, and I put this in the air fryer, this California mix. It air fries, I think, at almost the same time in microwaves, but they almost taste like fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Another trick that we do a lot, we did this at the restaurant, but you don't have to tell anyone. Well, we're closed now, so it doesn't matter. We would mix a lot of fresh vegetables with frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously things like broccoli, green beans especially, night and day difference between fresh and frozen. But the thing is, like, if you put some fresh vegetables in there, for example, this is one of our favorite recipes. We'll take some frozen green beans
Mm-hmm.
with some fresh mushroom and fresh onion, and we mix that all together with some nutritional yeast, a little shot of liquid aminos,
Mm-hmm.
and that's one of our favorite. I guess it's a vegetable, but that's like a side dish for us.
Yeah.
So
We've had different, family that doesn't normally eat this way, and they love that too.
mhm.
And they started doing that as well.
So the keys to remember is, first of all, keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
Super simple.
Be prepared.
Be prepared.
And
Repeat the things that you like.
yeah,
I know everyone wants to get 17 volumes of cookbooks. We all do that. It's great. It's fun. You have to search for arrowroot and different things that you probably don't have. But the thing is, like, that's great for a weekend, or if you want to show off to somebody, or trying to get someone, to eat plant-based.
Mhm.
But for the most part, just keep the things you enjoy and put them on repeat. And I think for us, like, I didn't even know what tofu was.
right.
So I never even tasted tofu for at least 5 years. Like, I wouldn't eat it. It looked like a sponge to me. I eat a lot of tofu now, but the thing about it is, like, do what works for you, keep it simple,
Mhm.
and just repeat it.
Well, this is great advice, because what I hear you say is, if it's not convenient, if it's not easy, it's not going to be sustainable. Would you say that?
Yes. 100%. And I know you talk about that a lot. Let me switch cameras here.
Do you have any of those dishes, like with stuff in it already, from your freezer that you could show us?
But
That's tomorrow's meal prep day.
literally, I said, because we timed it awful. But normally, like, I should have put some pictures in our PowerPoint.
Sure.
Normally, you open our fridge, I kid you not, like, these are stacked to the ceiling, because
And we do one side for me, one side for him.
So I agree with everything you said, and I love the appliances that you use, because I'm such a big fan of the Instant Pot electric pressure cooker and the air fryer. But somebody really, really getting started, could they do it without those? Could they, even though they might not taste as good, do canned beans and spice them up the way you taught us, and do those potatoes in the oven, for example?
Oh, yes, definitely. The potatoes, you can do potatoes anyway in the oven. Parchment paper, just cut them up, do the same thing in the oven. It's probably about would it be like an hour for maybe a little longer,
think that
45
much,
minutes
40
maybe,
40 minutes maybe. So
400.
yeah, so the advantage of the air fryer is, obviously, it blows the air underneath it, so it's cooking all surfaces. But for years we used parchment paper on a baking sheet. And the only disadvantage there is where it's sitting on the parchment paper that obviously doesn't get nice and crispy, so you could shake them around. But yeah, you're saving 10 minutes. The air fryer is a lot more convenient because you don't have to, but you're right, Chef AJ. You don't need all these appliances. Anything you do in the Instant Pot, we have a soup line that we sell, and what we found out is people are making them, the directions say Instant Pot or pressure cooker.
But
We have people making them in crock pots, right?
Crock pot or boil on the stove. Yep.
Yeah. The crock pot's great. I kind of miss our crock pot. We don't use it anymore.
Right.
But you could put the stuff in, even lentils or whatever, put it in there before you go to work, come back 9 hours later, cook it on low. And the best part is not the food, it's the smell when you come in the house, you know?
Well, I can't agree with you more. And when I talk to all the other people that have been successful in this space that are presenters on this summit, there seems to be a theme about keeping it simple, because when most people are keeping it simple now, whether they realize it or not, even if they're just going to McDonald's every day, they're probably keeping it pretty simple. They're getting the same thing, they're going to the same one. But yet a lot of times when people change their diet to a healthier diet, all of a sudden it's like a deer in the headlights. Like, what am I going to eat now?
Right. Yes. So how many? Those have 12. So can we go into our PowerPoint? Is that cool?
Yes, please. I'd love to. People are just chomping at the bit to see what you look like.
All right.
Over 400 pounds.
Okay. So hopefully,
oh my
gosh. That
work? Yes. Wow. You both were much larger people than you are now.
Yes. Okay. So let's go through our story. So I actually started this a little bit ahead of Heather. So what I'll do is I'll share my story, and then we'll talk about how Heather hopped in, and then our potatoes should be done then.
Pretty soon. Yep.
Yes. So let me make sure. Oh no. Okay, there we go. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about my story. My story's out there. But I'm going to take you all the way back to high school, mostly because Heather loves when I show this picture of us and our amazing mullets. We were high school sweethearts.
Oh my God.
We argue about the years, but I think I was 14.
Yes. No. Well, yes. We were 13, 14. You were 13.
Oh, 13.
Going 14.
That's ridiculous. Yes, 13 going on 14. Very wise at that time in my life. But anyways, high school sweethearts, we've been married 32 years.
31.
Coming up on 32. Yes. So I grew up on a farm. That's what we did. We live in a kind of a rural kind of town. And I grew up on a farm. I loved hard work. I loved manual labor. I kept getting hurt all the time. And as time went on, I got into my later teens. We decided to get married, and I had to get a job that paid more money than farm help. So I started working in a factory. My shoulder kept dislocating. It got to the point where just the pressure from a sneeze would actually dislocate my shoulder. I went to the doctor. They did surgery on me. And what they found out is when they got in there, they found out that it wasn't just a bad shoulder. I was diagnosed with a disease called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And basically, the glue, the collagen that holds my body together is very super stretchy. It's a genetic screw up. They can't fix it. And as you can imagine, if you've ever sprained your ankle or twisted your ankle, it hurts. But every time I walk, essentially that's what was happening. When you're young and you have this really nice, resilient, thick layers of cartilage, it's not too big of a deal. But by the time I was in my early 20s, most of my cartilage was worn away. I was loaded with arthritis and in severe chronic pain. So along with this diagnosis, as you can imagine, being super young, super tough guy, they sent me home. They told me to do as little as I possibly could do. I had no life left in my joints. And they also gave me disability papers and said that I would never work again. So I didn't listen to them about the working part. I did change careers into education. And you can imagine how much of a blow that was. We had our whole lives in front of us. We had all these dreams of the white picket fence and the happily ever after. And now they're telling me that I'm going to be in a wheelchair within 5 years. Along with the prognosis came painkillers. And I'm not going to get into all this, but you guys probably can tell where my story goes. I started out on painkillers for chronic pain, which is probably not the best thing. And, I got into this cycle of I needed more painkillers. The doses went up. I got creative in finding them. I went from Lortabs to Percocets. Back in the day, Oxycontin was being dispensed like candy, and I got into Oxycontin. I couldn't get any more of them, and my doctor said, we should try this drug called fentanyl. Now, today, we all know what fentanyl is, but 15, 20 years old, I guess it's 25 years ago, 30 years ago, no one really knew what fentanyl was. But I was put on this fentanyl, and the idea was instead of having these huge spikes with pain, I would have the pills would give me these huge spikes and then big lows with the withdrawals. The fentanyl would give me kind of a flat line of medicine. I was to take the other opioid tablets to stay ahead of the pain, or as they say, a breakthrough drug. When that wasn't enough, I hadn't slept in about 5 days. I decided it would be a wise thing to stop and get some alcohol. I grew up in a family that did not drink alcohol. And that night, I decided I was going to sleep through the night. I took a handful of pills and chased it down with almost an entire liter of vodka. I blacked out. I woke up in my own vomit. I certainly had alcohol poisoning, and I wish I could say I learned my lesson and never did it again. Unfortunately, this would be a new routine for me. Well, it seems weird to see these, the drugs and the alcohol as escapes, but probably one of my favorite drugs was food. Food made me feel good. It gave me all the same dopamine hits the pills and the booze did. I could get the same feeling sitting in line at Burger King, getting a little excited after I put my order in. I'd get the food, I'd get my 2 minutes of happy, and then I'd look at the wrappers and think, what did I do to myself again? And this was just a vicious cycle. To say my life was spiraling out of control is an understatement. At age 38, I was on so many prescriptions. I was seeing a doctor at least twice a month for something. I had packed on well over 400 pounds. We'll never know because they physically couldn't weigh me anymore. My blood pressure was insane. It was 255 over 115 on 2 different medicines for that. I was on about 20 prescriptions a month, sometimes more than that, sometimes less. I think more than anything, I had lost hope. I was just so tired of just being so sick and tired. I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. And all these times I was escaping from reality, I caught myself in a huge prison that I had built between the lack of movement, the crappy food, and the lack of nutrition. I was dying. My doctor knew I was dying, and I was in big trouble. So life took a turn, and I don't want to unpack all this stuff, but I think it's too bad that we have to wait for catastrophes to happen to change, because I think that's a key takeaway from our stories, that you don't have to wait till something terrible happens. You have the power. You can make the same choice today, regardless of if you're sitting in a hospital or on an operating table. You have the power to make that choice today. I did too, but I just didn't know it. And so for me, Heather's mom got sick. She had like a cold flu thing that wouldn't go away. She was diagnosed with leukemia, and it put our life into a tailspin. Life became, instead of taking kids to practice, we were seeing who's going to stay with mom, at the hospital. And one of the big shifts for me was the shift of perspective. And, you know, I remember walking up to her mom's bed. She was so tired, so weak. She opened her eyes super slow and she said, "How's your knee?" And I remember thinking that all I do is complain about all the crap that's wrong with me, that I never taken the time to be thankful for the stuff that I did have. She's worried about my knee. Well, she's waiting on a blood transfusion with, you know, chemo running through her veins. Yes, I had trouble walking. Yes, I was in pain, but I got to walk out of that hospital tonight, and there were hundreds of people that would never leave that hospital again. And it really shifted my perspective. Shortly after that, my father, we thought he had pneumonia. After a chest x-ray, they found out he was loaded with stage 4 kidney cancer that had metastasized to his whole body. My dad was my best buddy in the world. This was another big shift for me. You know, my dad didn't make it 6 months. He made it 6 weeks from his diagnosis. He lost his battle. And another perspective shift was that life is precious. And I was just literally trying to waste mine. Like I literally was trying to check out and not be present for anything. And I think that was another big shift is realizing that we're not promised tomorrow. And we have today, and we have to make the best of it, because there's people that would trade places with, no matter how far gone you think you are, how bad you have it. I promise you, there are people that would trade places with you in a heartbeat. So I'm trying not to rant. Shortly after that, Heather's mom would lose her battle with leukemia that would go to lymphoma. Ultimately, a brain tumor would take her life. It shook us to the core. And I knew I needed to do something, because I could not even get myself dressed anymore. And this, you know, this picture reminds me of Heather putting my socks and shoes on me. And one day, I don't know why this day was special. Like I've replayed it thousands of times. I don't really know what happened, but I couldn't stop thinking about the next funeral she'd have to plan being mine. And I went to bed so sick and tired that I knew that one day I wasn't going to wake up. I don't really know that I cared, but I cared about Heather having to plan this funeral. So I did a whole bunch of things. I tried Atkins. I went for a bariatric surgery that I couldn't get approved for because I was too sick. And I turned on Netflix, and this film called Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead popped up. To put this in perspective, my diet consists of meat, cheese, chicken wings. My life consisted of hunting, fishing, and when I wasn't hunting and fishing, I was thinking about hunting and fishing, or at least planning. So vegetables weren't a thing. To be honest with you, I didn't really pay attention to what Joe was doing, but I sure saw the results he had. This was January 13 years ago. I decided to start my own juice fast, and I bought a juicer. The first 3 days were awful. But as time went on, my hunger went away. And man, I'm telling you, on the fifth day, a miracle happened, because I woke up in the same exact place that I had fallen asleep. And I still get choked. I've told this thousands of times. I still get choked up. It was just an amazing thing. As time went on, my eczema got better, my sleep apnea, my acid reflux, all those things started. But by the end of the 30 days, I had also seen another film called Forks Over Knives. And what that showed me is that I could consume everything I was juicing. I could eat the fruits and vegetables, but I could add whole grains and starches and legumes and nuts and seeds. And I had this, what I think is the perfect diet, a whole food, plant exclusive diet. And I can act like I'm super smart and, tell you that, oh, I was getting healthy because I was eating good food. But the reality is I had no clue what was happening. But looking back, I could see all my joint issues, not the genetic stuff, but the inflammation and the pain was coming from my food. Everything I ate was inflammation, but the doctors never mentioned once anything about menu. The processed food, the fast food, the animal products, all that stuff was annihilating me with inflammation. Once I stopped that, And not only just stopped that, but I replaced it with floods of nutrients. My body didn't want to be sick, it wanted to be better. And so from then, I would learn a whole bunch and, kind of follow the breadcrumbs, and movement started happening. I was in braces and canes and crutches. Heather asked me to go for a walk. Without getting too emotional, I never thought about this until just today. That walk changed my life. I'll give you guys a spoiler. This walk that I didn't finish this walk. We were supposed to walk 3/4 of a mile and turn around. I couldn't make it. I sat on this rock and my kids captured this happy moment of my life. But guys, I was supposed to be in a wheelchair. In this picture, I'm in knee immobilizers. And can you believe that just a couple months ago, I crossed an Ironman finish line that is the hardest Ironman out there. And it's mind blowing how far. But the key here is you got to take the first step. If I wouldn't, Heather tried so hard to get me to walk, and I would never do it. And one day I finally broke. That one step, that one walk that I didn't finish turned into literally thousands of miles. And thank you for that.
Well, thank you for going.
From the walk, I started hiking. I started exploring the beautiful New York. I started getting into mountain climbing, which was amazing. Standing on mountain peaks when they told me I was supposed to be in a wheelchair is a beautiful thing. From there, family time started getting together. Me and Heather used to always talk about going on our adventures. We watched that film Up. And so every week we went on an adventure, and our adventures look a little different than they did then, but we really started, becoming a very active family. And again, I can tell you that I'm really smart. I knew what was going on, but as the inflammation left my body, taking away all the pain and all the crap in my joints, I also was getting stronger, so my muscles were taking over where my joints were weak. So this is one of my favorite finish lines I've ever crossed. This was our first 5K we ever did together. It was an amazing, in fact, so amazing, people thought we got bad news because we were sobbing at the end of this, and we would go on to do a 10K. I would go on to do a half marathon with a still valid handicap parking pass. And I legally could have parked in a handicapped spot while I completed my first half marathon. From there, I got into marathons. Again, keep in mind, I was supposed to be in a wheelchair, over 2 decades before this. I started getting into cycling. I'd learn how to swim, and I would ultimately end up doing a triathlon, which I just kind of spoiled it for you guys. In fact, just a few months ago, I crossed the finish line of Lake Placid, which, if you didn't know, is a 2.5-mile swim, 112-mile bike with almost 10,000 feet of climb, finished by a full marathon. Again, I'm supposed to be in a wheelchair. So these things are really cool. Medically, my doctor said there's not a pill on the planet that could do 1/10 of what food did for me. Triglycerides in 2009 were 259 down to 74. My cholesterol was always over 300 on Lipitor, and it is actually below 117. Now, I think I'm in the 106 or 105 range. This is kind of mind-blowing, actually. I asked my insurance company to release my numbers in 2009, just on pharmaceuticals. This is just pharmaceuticals. They spent almost $20,000. After I adopted a whole food plant exclusive lifestyle, 2015 combined, they wouldn't do it on one sheet of paper. They had to combine them, $120, and that is for a vitamin B supplement. Again, back to not putting my socks and shoes on, to actually helping Heather put her backpack on, 6,700 feet in the air, because we climbed Mount Washington together. But I feel like the thing I'm most proud of is the decisions I made when I made bad decisions affected her. But the good decisions I made also affected her. And I think this is a great time.
Yep. So Tim started his journey first, and I wasn't sure where it would go because, you know, we've tried different diets here and there along the way. And Tim started his journey with the whole food plant-based. And me and the kids were still eating our pizza and wings, and Tim was making his food, and slowly we started trying his food. I never liked to cook, so it was nice that Tim was cooking. And me and the kids started swapping things out, and we started changing. You know, I started, instead of maybe pizza and wings, we do pizza and salads. Then we would get, you know, started to get rid of the meats. And then I pretty much just started letting Tim do most of the cooking. The kids were okay with it. They really didn't, actually, the kids really didn't like meat, weren't that fond of it anyways. And so as we were going, you know, along in life, the one day I happened to be out walking with Tim. We were at a mall, and I like to walk. That's what I used to do. And I had like a cramp in my right side that just didn't seem to go away. It still didn't go away the next day. And I actually had an appointment with my gynecologist, and he had said that I had a fibroid. And you know, we discussed it, we talked about it. I had a ultrasound on it, and he said they're usually non-cancerous. And I said, well, I didn't want to do anything. I wanted to wait. And then I ended up going to my primary physician probably a week or so later. It could have been a month later, actually. And I didn't even say anything to him. And he said, well, you have a pretty large fibroid. I really would like you to get a CT scan of it. And I kind of really didn't want to do that. I said, well, we're just watching. And then he just convinced me, and I had that done, and it was the size of a softball. And the doctors thought that it would be best that I have surgery to remove it because it was pushing on the right ureter to my kidney. So jokingly, I said, well, if you can get this done in between my daughter's high school graduation and her high school party, fine, then we'll do the surgery. Well, of course, they scheduled me. And so that night, in July, so it's actually been 9 years now, 9 years ago, I had a total hysterectomy, and that night it just brought back a flood of memories of my mom being in the hospital and just everything that she went through. And so the next morning when Tim came in, I said to him, I want to be whole food plant-based. I want to do whatever it is that I can do to keep myself out of this hospital. And you know, I want to live. And so everything I did was for health. It wasn't about the weight loss, but weight loss was the side effect of eating this way and feeling better. And I had more energy, and I started getting into not just walking, but running. And I realized I could actually be outside in the winter and run in the snow. So I found I had an abundance of energy. I became a runner. I really enjoy running. And me and Tim have these adventures that we go on. We hike, we run, we bike. There's so much more activity. We have so much more communication now. And I choose the food that we eat. It can either harm you or it can fuel you for good. And I choose good, and I hope that you do too.
That's great. I'm looking at these pictures, and it's like, it's so weird because our entertainment used to be sitting on the couch watching a movie or
Right.
TV. And like you when you think about food, the last thing you think about is like it can change a relationship. But the reality is sitting in front of the TV, not talking for 2 hours while you're just in the location of each other, that doesn't really help with relationships.
Right.
If you want to have fun, go to a kid's park and be the weird adults at the kids' park. Our daughter used to get so mad at us, like, you guys got to stop acting like kids. You're gone all the time. We literally, let's go to the park, you know? So, you know, when you talk about food and relationships, it's kind of wild. I was going to take these out of this slide deck, but I decided to leave it in because I think this is such an important thing to talk about. I want to close with this. You know, we talk about money all the time and we say that, well, everyone kind of knows that your health is your wealth. But if, everyone would take $2 million, but if you said the catch to the $2 million is tomorrow you find out you're terminal, would you take the money? And I think what that shows us that like our health is so valuable. Like if you don't have your health, you have nothing. Money doesn't matter, relations, nothing matters. So my question for you is you would take money and spend it somewhere. You would spend your wealth. What are you doing with your health? I think this is super important because the reality is there's a lot of people losing weight in a lot of different ways, right? Especially now with Ozempic and all this other stuff. People can lose weight. I get it. But when we talk about our health, I think what makes this sustainable for us, and we see patterns of success when people get out over 10 years, is the lifestyle that this brings. And I think we kind of have this flipped backwards. And I don't know if it was done on purpose, but our lifestyle kind of flipped upside down. Heather and I cannot maintain the lifestyle we keep eating crappy food.
Right.
And it kind of flips this whole thing upside down. And I don't know if this makes sense, but when I get up in the morning and go for a 6-mile run, the only way that that's going to keep happening until I'm old is to eat good whole food, plant-based food. And so when you do that, you start realizing like this is not just losing weight. It's not even getting healthy. It's like, what do I do with this health? If you eat a whole food plant or you lose weight to sit on the couch, it can't be sustained because you don't need to do it. But if you set your life up, I don't know what that looks like for you guys. I don't know if it's volunteering at an animal sanctuary, maybe getting a stand-up paddleboard, taking karate lessons. I don't know what it looks like for us. Like we can't wait till we're 90. We can take a walk on the side of a beach. Like I can't wait for that. And I know the only way to make that happen is what I eat every day in these containers. And I hope that helps you guys.
And I need to show my potatoes.
You need to show your potatoes and do we stop the screen share?
Wow. Yes, you did. That was very inspiring. I have a few questions when you get a chance, but of course we need to see the potatoes.
Okay.
Probably, so I'll switch that. Hopefully it's still on. Yes.
Perfect.
So they would be better right out of there.
That looks like a nice size air fryer too.
Move these up.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, those
In
look
there?
amazing. Yeah, do that. Amazing. Oh, there's no oil on these, right?
No oil.
Heather loves to quote Essie. Oil.
And there we go. Can you see?
Hold on, puppy, look there.
Oh, look at even a sliced one.
Exactly. There you go. Okay.
They look amazingly delicious, and I bet they have a nice crunch to it. But
Yes. Here. I don't know if you can hear that.
They're crunchy.
But why no oil, Tim? I know people that are new to this summit are thinking, are they crazy? They eat potatoes, but they don't eat oil?
Yes. So Heather, do you want to talk a little bit about oil?
Well, so oil, if you, I guess the way I would think about it is your drain, you're in your sink. You don't want to put that oil, that grease down your drain because it will clog it. And I feel that would be the same way with your body when you're putting that oil in your body. And it's also hindering you from tasting the good. You're tasting the good food, but it's putting a coating on and you're not actually really tasting it. So
yeah.
And I think of the one thing that you were saying about the kids.
No one talks about that either. No one talks about that. Yeah. So It's funny. I worked with this coach who's very Italian, and he loves olive oil, and all his vegetables are dripping in olive oil. So, long story very short, we had this ghost pepper challenge going on years ago at school, and the kids would eat these stupid ghost peppers. Then they'd go home. They'd get sent home by the nurse because they're sick. One kid, they couldn't figure out how he was eating all these ghost peppers. But what he was doing, this is hilarious. He was putting coconut oil in his mouth, coating his mouth, and then he could eat all the ghost peppers he want. Well, I happened to be talking to Mike about oil, and I said, "See, that's what I'm telling you. Like you can't taste the food when you got this coating of oil. No one talks about how delicious food is without oil. I mean, you wouldn't have a spoonful of Vaseline and go to a fancy dinner, but essentially that's what you're doing. Along with that, we have the cardiovascular, the endothelial cells. We know that it says heart healthy, but it's nothing could be further from the truth from that. And then the other thing from a caloric standpoint, man, you can have a whole stinking potato for a couple spoonfuls of oil. And I think where this really shows up is people eating, air quotes, healthy salads, because we did this.
Right.
Maybe not so much with oil, but we would take
A
chunk,
beautiful salad.
beautiful salad.
Beautiful salad.
Usually it was a chunk of iceberg with cheese, but we would take what we thought was a healthy salad and then just guzzle like 2 cups of dressing on it and then wonder why we're gaining weight on salad,
Right.
right? So you can take a salad that's beautiful, huge salad that's 300 calories, and then once you put some oil on it, like now you literally tripled with some Italian dressing or whatever. So from a caloric standpoint, it's a bad deal for sure.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning calorie density. I'm curious for each of you, what is the best part been about losing weight and regaining your health?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, that's of course. So, what has been the best part about losing weight and regaining your health?
I would say for me, it's well, for all the years that we've been married and together, being active, communicating, and just being able to do things together. And we're eating together, we're working together, we're cooking together. Our relationship.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like we're just trying to like survive. Like life is so freaking good. And I think that to me is the best thing, that this idea, it's so weird because you think like when you really think about it, like you think it's going to be the weight loss, the activity, but just the idea that life is so freaking good is like that to me is the biggest thing. This idea of waking up in the morning, opening your eyes and being like, I can't do this day. Like I can't do this again. To go from that attitude, literally the first thing you think about when you wake up is how fast you can get back and black out in bed, to waking up at what time?
5.
Like before 5 usually, literally just, this is 12 years later. I cannot wait to get out of bed to see what life has in store. And I don't know how you can get any better than that,
That's incredibly inspiring, Tim. And when you think about it, you had these other addictions that are very serious that some people never overcome, drugs and alcohol, yet food was challenging as well.
Yes.
Yes. And food is still challenging. Unlike, we don't have fentanyl in the house and we don't have opioids, we don't have alcohol. I don't go any places that have those, but we have food. And so, I mean, I don't like comparing food addiction to fentanyl addiction because I've done both, and I can tell you fentanyl is straight from the bowels of hell. But food is something that's always around us, and it's people think that like a success story like ours, like, oh, you guys figured it out, you just go on your merry way. It's not, but it's a great, like, we fight every day. Sometimes we lose, right? Sometimes we lose. But as long as it's worth fighting for, we're just going to wake up and keep doing it.
Right.
How do you get, when you say lose, I would imagine you're not like going completely back to the dark side or going to McDonald's, but if you have what I like to call a snack accident, how do you pick yourself up, brush the crumbs off, get back on track?
A snacksident. Yeah, so a snacksident for me looks like cashews. I love, and they're not even terrible cashews. Like I love raw cashews. Um,
Mine is just, over, you can eat, you have good food, but it's just the overeating of good food. I mean, I have these potatoes here. I could eat that entire plate of potatoes, but I don't need all those potatoes,
well, the other things, when we're learning
Like-
about vegan baked goods and stuff,
right?
that
So a vegan baked good.
what do you do to
Just
get back on, like when you?
just have one and done is
Yeah.
that's the best way, and keep myself out of, like, instead of bringing, I don't know, let's say 6 vegan treats home, have one vegan treat, but don't bring any more in the house, and then don't buy any, try to stay away from buying any more than that, till maybe your next holiday, and then have a vegan treat.
So there's a planned snacks in it, but it's controlled. And
Right.
and I think that's huge to think about the future instead of just binging. Because so many people, I know my mom, goes on a cruise and 5 years later, like she can't even move. So I think it's important to chunk it up into days. Like if you fall off, I hate saying that,
Mhm.
but if you have a snack accident, pick yourself up and get right back to work. That's huge because those snack accidents, they honestly won't taste, and you know how your palate changes, they won't taste as good the next time, and then you're going to need more of them, and then the whole addiction thing starts. It's easier to just not do it at all.
Right.
But we also live in the real world, and it's not always perfect. And Chef AJ, I heard something that's just popped into my mind. I don't know how we're doing on time, but I heard this amazing quote, and I'm sure it wasn't from a plant-based person, but it made so much sense to me. The guy is in a store and he's got a bag of chips. And he said, it's a lot easier to say no once in the store than it is to say no 50 times in your cupboard.
Right.
I'm like, whoa, that was huge. Like, that's amazing. And I know you talk about having that clean environment that if it's in your house, it's in your mouth, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that's why I never go to the store hungry. I think that what you showed us in the cooking demo, having systems in place, having the healthy food ready, makes it easier if somebody does have a snack accident, because then their house is already filled. They don't have to then go prepare it.
Right.
Their house, their freezer is full of healthy food so that they can make the healthy choice the next choice.
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I love it. You guys are amazing. I'm sure people come to you all the time for weight loss advice, and so many people have tried for so long and had some success, but maybe gained the weight back. And I'm curious, what do you say to them if they've given up hope that they could be a success story like you? What do you say?
First, do you want me to go first, or?
Sure, you go first.
Okay. So I could tell you 150 things, but I think the most important thing, two most important things, you have to understand where you are and work with the tools that you have today. And I think that's the thing. Like, people get so far out into the future that they want to worry about, what do I do I have to go to a wedding, or how much weight do I have to lose? Like, just do the best you can today with the tools that you have available. And if you're willing to do that, you'll add more tools to your toolbox and you'll get more experience, but you have to start.
Right.
That's the big thing. And so I don't want to muddy that up, but the key is to work with what you have today. And you know what? What you have might be just one small step, but it's better than no step at all. And just keep putting that on repeat.
Absolutely. Did at any point, when you weighed more than 200 pounds more than you do now, did you ever consider like weight loss surgery or weight loss drugs at any point?
Oh, I did. Yeah, I got denied. I kind of buzzed through my story quickly, but yeah, I was all set. Like, I was ready to go to the surgery. I was so sick that he wouldn't let me go.
Nice.
I would have done it in a heartbeat, but it's the best thing that never happened to me.
I love this. The best thing that never happened to me. How long did it take you both to lose your weight?
So I started in 2015. I started out slowly and then eventually, so maybe like, you know, let's say probably 40 pounds in the beginning, just from changing everything up and getting more active. And then when I went, SOS, salt, oil, sugar free, I dropped another about 45 pounds. And, then obviously I was way more active into running and doing that. So it's just been a process over these years. It didn't happen just overnight. So what are we? So I'm on 9 years right now. So, oh,
Beginning,
maybe,
it's easy.
yeah, in the beginning it's easy. So maybe over a course of 5 years, somewhere in there it took, but I just never really focused on that. I just focused on being healthy and being active and,
And it stuck.
stuff happened. Yeah.
For me, it was fast, like real fast. Like 90% of my weight was gone in a year, I'd say. The other 10%, I'm still like, that's a 13-year project, you know.
Oh, you good.
But
Amazing. So I have one more question for each of you. If you could send a personal message to our viewers, what would you want them to know as they start or continue their health or weight loss journey?
Well, I guess if, it's kind of simple, but if, we can do it, you can too. And also, I would say our mantra is eat plants, move your body. All you got to do is a little more than you did yesterday.
that's our mantra. We say that a lot. Just to piggyback on that, people look at success stories and they think, oh my gosh, like you guys lost. I almost don't even like showing a before and after picture anymore. Because yeah, we lost 300 pounds, right? But the beautiful thing about our journey is, like, I don't want to sound cliche and say anyone can do it, but the truth is anyone can do it. But the reality is this, and this, I think this is a good spot to end on. If I would have known one thing, that if I could share one thing, it's people want to change a lifestyle, but you can't. Like, you cannot change your lifestyle. So what you can change, though, are your choices. And the beautiful part about this is your lifestyle is made up of your routines. Your routines are made up of your habits, and your habits are just repeated choices. And what I want people to understand is it's literally just your next choice. Like, the only thing that you need to focus on is your next thing you eat. And I think that is the most, I have goosebumps right now. That is the most freeing thing that we could share, because anybody can make one good choice. That's it. There's no magic. If I had willpower, I wouldn't have been on fentanyl, alcohol, booze. Like, I wouldn't have been, like, willpower is not going to do it. It's literally, caring about yourself enough to make the next choice your best choice. It's that simple.
I love it. The power of making one good choice. Thank you both so much. You've been so inspirational.
Thank you for having us today.
Yes, thank you for having us. And you guys can do this.
Thanks so much. That was quite a presentation, wasn't it? And doesn't it make you believe that anything is possible? I mean, let's face it, Tim didn't just have one addiction, he had multiple addictions. It sure gives me hope. So here are my key takeaways from their presentation. So they didn't just share how they lost a staggering amount of weight, almost 300 pounds between them. They took us on a journey of resilience, transformation, and I would argue love. One of the central themes they emphasized was the beauty and sustainability of keeping things simple. They shared how they started their weight loss journey by focusing on basic whole plant foods, things like potatoes and beans and grains, Having Heather, lovingly dubbed as the potato girl, showcased her love for potatoes as a staple in her diet. I'm right with you, Heather. She demonstrated how she makes her favorite shake and bake potatoes seasoned with simple spices like garlic, onion powder, and nutritional yeast. And these aren't just recipes, they're practical ways to make healthy eating approachable. Tim chimed in with his love of beans, black beans, showing how he prepares them in bulk using an Instant Pot, explaining the 1-to-2 ratio for beans to water and the value of having pre-cooked frozen portions ready for quick meals. The message: cooking doesn't have to be complicated to be effective. By focusing on foods you enjoy and preparing them in advance, you can always build a system that works for you. I've always said preparation trumps motivation. And the importance of preparation was discussed. A recurring point was how being prepared is the cornerstone of success. Tim and Heather shared how they bulk cook meals like rice, beans, and potatoes and store them in the freezer in containers for easy access. This preparation became their safety net when life got busy or if cravings were to strike. And Tim pointed out that if you're tired or hungry and don't have healthy options ready, it's just too easy to make choices you might regret. So their advice: always have healthy food ready and waiting for you. They also talked about tools like the Instant Pot and the air fryer, which make cooking faster and more convenient, so you're more likely to do it. But they were quick to say that these tools are not essential. You can roast potatoes in an oven or make beans on the stovetop. The message is clear: use what you have and don't let a lack of gadgets stop you from starting. We talked about overcoming the myths about carbs and oils, and there was an interesting segment about misconceptions, especially around carbs and oil. Heather addressed the common fear of eating potatoes or other starchy foods, like butter or cheese or oil, explaining that the problem isn't the carbs themselves, but what we add to them. Tim highlighted how oil, even olive oil, adds unnecessary calories without any nutritional benefit and can mask the natural flavors of food. They encourage viewers to explore cooking without oil and instead embracing spices and herbs and natural ingredients for flavor. It was like he went from addiction to freedom when he opened up about his past struggles with addiction to painkillers, alcohol, and yes, ultra-processed food. I felt his story was very real, raw, and emotional, detailing how he went from rock bottom physically and mentally to reclaiming his life through a plant-based lifestyle. And I think what stood out was his honesty about how food addiction, unlike other addictions, is uniquely challenging because food is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. He admitted it's not about perfection, but about consistency and just making one good choice at a time. Heather's journey was equally powerful. She talked about her turning point after a health scare led her to surgery, and watching her mother's battle with leukemia and her husband's transformation inspired her to also adopt a whole food plant-based diet and lifestyle. For Heather, this just wasn't about losing weight. It was about living a full, vibrant life. And together they turned their pain into purpose, building a life centered around health, activity, and connection. It really was a lifestyle shift. And what was truly inspiring was how their weight loss journey evolved into a complete lifestyle shift. Tim went from barely being able to walk to completing marathons and Ironman triathlons. He has so many medals. It's incredible. Heather discovered a love for running and outdoor adventures, and their transformation wasn't just physical, it was about rediscovering the joy of living. They stress that weight loss alone isn't the goal. Instead, it's about creating a life you love that aligns with your values. Some of the standout lessons they shared were: start small. You don't need to overhaul everything overnight. Focus on your next choice, what you eat, how you move, or what you prepare, and keep it simple. Stick to foods you enjoy and repeat them, because complexity can lead to burnout. Be prepared. Having healthy meals and snacks ready is a game changer, and let food be your medicine. They emphasize the healing power of a whole food plant-based diet, not just for weight loss, but for overall health. Focus on progress, not perfection, as there's no such thing as failure, just opportunities to reset and try again. A final word of inspiration in their message, which was profoundly hopeful, was they reminded us that no matter how far you think you are, it's never too late to make a change, no matter how far gone you think you are. Their mantra, eat plants, move your body, and just do a little more than yesterday, is such a simple yet powerful way to frame the journey. And their takeaway, it's all about choices. Every small positive choice you make builds a foundation for a healthier, happy life. And I had the privilege of meeting them last summer in person, and they are every bit as inspirational in person as they are online. And if you want to continue to be inspired by these interviews and receive immediate access to downloads and also the audio downloads, including the written transcripts with several bonuses and even a buddy pass, continue supporting our work and our mission to get this information to those who need it most by considering upgrading to own the Summit package for life. Our last and final interview of the day is Rebecca Martinez, who will talk about why the perfect moment for change never comes and what you can do about it. Rebecca spent years struggling with her weight, trying every diet under the sun, and she reached a high of 347 pounds, facing serious health issues like high cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, and of course, knee problems. And it wasn't until she discovered a whole food plant-based diet that she was able to achieve significant and sustainable weight loss. However, as Rebecca will explain, the path to transformation wasn't always linear. Please welcome Rebecca Martinez. Hi, Rebecca. Welcome to the Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, AJ. I am honored to be here.
Well, I can't wait to share your stories with the viewers because at one point you weighed 347 pounds and you're only 5'5", same height as me. And now you've lost over 200 pounds. That's amazing. Congratulations. But we have to know, how did you do it?
Thank you. It is amazing. My story is amazing, not me, but what I've gone through and the people that have helped me. I just want to start by saying that I'm betting everybody that's watching this or has come to this type of presentation is doing it because we all have a similar story. So I'm excited to see what everybody else's is like, but I'm betting that there's a lot of similarity between the paths that we've taken. Everybody's tried everything to lose weight and somehow it didn't work. And then we found that magic, which is feeding our bodies the right way and learning to love ourselves. So anyway, with that, I just wanted to get into some pictures, if I may share. I will go ahead and share my screen.
I can't wait.
Okay, so I just brought this. This is a picture of me when I was a little girl. I was always thin as a kid. I never had any problems with food. But then over time, this is my teenage years, still thin, no problems. These are our high school pictures. Never ran into any issues. I was active. I danced for 20 years doing folklorico, which is like a Mexican type of dancing, big dresses with the big shoes. And I think that's what saved me was being active and being young, of course. And it wasn't until later on, I'd say late teens, early 20s, when I met my ex-husband, that we settled into a dating life. And that's where, if you guys, that was, I'd say late 80s, early 90s. That's when there were Domino's deliveries coming out. There were credit cards that I could get. Wow, hey, I can go to any restaurant I want. I was eating everything I could. I was taking advantage of TiVo. Remember that? That was back when you could record TV shows so that you can watch all sorts of TV and movies without any commercials. And pretty much that was my segue into a sedentary lifestyle. And then, of course, in dating, you're in that dating phase where it's like, ooh, this is fun going out. And we really didn't go out and exercise. We didn't do much of that. Plus, we were hanging out with our friends. Late night parties, drinking, and then after the parties, we'd wind up going somewhere to eat at 2 a.m., which we all know is just a bad idea. On top of that, I was unaware at the time of the fact that there was childhood trauma in me, and I was just kind of holding it down, and it was waiting desperately for me to break that seal, and I did. So I'll get into that a little bit more. So my weight started to go as I was dating. I went from about 150, 185, 200, then it went a little over 200. Then I got engaged. And as most brides-to-be tend to try to do, I wanted to lose weight. So of course I forced myself into a trainer that was just way too aggressive with me. and a lifestyle that was not healthy. It was everything I could think of, you know, trying all those crazy teas or not eating something just so I could get down. I was lucky enough to bring my weight down to about, I think it was at about 190 or 195 when I got married. And I decided not to put a wedding picture up here for obvious reasons. So then this is who I was once I got married. That was the newlywed years. I'm guessing that was about 2001, 2002, and the weight just kept coming back. And it was climbing and climbing and climbing. I look like I'm going to explode in that one with my cap and gown. So that took me to about I would say that I was in my 30s at that time. And one thing I should mention, my former mother-in-law is an exceptional cook. She made the best Mexican food I'd ever had. You couple that with the fact that I love to eat and Mexican mothers love to feed people. Her and I were in that kitchen cooking and eating, and everything had oil and cheese and meat and salt and sugar, you name it, everything that is not good for the health, for the body's health. I was eating it. My weight ballooned to ultimately 347 pounds. I don't have pictures of when I was 347 because I stopped at 300. The scale wouldn't go past that, first of all, but once I knew I was getting there, I made a concerted effort to avoid the camera. And if anybody managed to get a picture of me and they gave it to me, I would cut half of myself off of that purposely. I do know it was 347 because when I was in my early 30s, I was struggling and I decided to take a kickboxing class. Not sure what I was thinking, but the instructor was extremely pushy about everybody must participate. And one of the exercises was leapfrog over your partner. When you're 300 and some odd pounds, not a good idea. I was doing it and jumping until the last jump. I came down and I felt what sounded like a zip tie go off in my left knee. Before you know it, I was on the floor. And that injury has been with me. It remains with me today. However, my right knee decided it had to compensate, so that one has some injury in there from all that weight that was put on it. That was a struggle. So I had to go to an orthopedist, and he put me on this table for an exam. And it was this weird, I don't know if it's what it was, like an X-ray or something, but it looks at the skeleton, the bones. And I remember getting the paperwork, and it's kind of an embarrassing story, and I tell it only because it's these things that we've gone through, that we've put ourselves through in the shame. And I grabbed the paperwork and I was leaving the office and it had my name. It said 347 pounds, which really did surprise me. But the funny thing, funny now, but kind of not. I remember the guy in the lab said, okay, lie there and put your hands at your side. I said, okay, I've got my hands right at my side. So when he gave me the picture, AJ, it was funny. I was like, I don't think this is my scan. And he said, I went back to the tech and he said, why? I said, because you told me to put my hands at my side. AJ, my hands were looking, they were like this. It was so funny because my hands were at my side. They were at the side of my skin with all of that extra weight. So it looked like this, but in my brain, I was putting my hands straight to my side. This poor young man, he was so uncomfortable. He was just like, yeah, that's you. I was mortified, but that was when I realized, something is going on and I need to make some changes. So keep in mind, I was in a marriage that was loveless. There was love, meaning we were good friends and we cared about each other, but there was no romantic love. It died off. I'm not even sure why we stayed together so long. I think I know why I did, because I didn't love myself. I wasn't happy, and I used food to numb myself. That was my love. So like most folks that have come to you, I'm betting they've tried everything, just like I did. I have tried Jenny Craig. I have tried starving myself, needles in my ears, Overeaters Anonymous, Weight Watchers, Lindora, Covert Bailey, Slim Fast, Chinese diet, diet teas, which is not smart if you're driving, pineapple diet, some beach diet, pills, potions, anything that was in the back of a magazine. And I got up to wearing a size 28 jean, which is not 28 inches. it is a size 28, which pretty much had me going into stores like Lane Bryant or the Avenue, and those were stores that are for plus size women. And there, you didn't get to have what was in the window. You had to go to the back of the store. There was a table, and they just put the clothing there, and I just grabbed it. And I had learned after I crossed over past 24, 26 that that's where I was at. A lot of embarrassing moments. One that I do like to share as well, because I think people can relate to. You have these crushing moments that motivate you to never want to go back there. I was in Cape Cod once, and a bunch of us wanted to fly out to Nantucket. So we had to get one of these little puddle jumper planes. We got in there, and I couldn't fit the seatbelt. It just couldn't connect, even at its full extension. So I thought I was smart, and I was going to tuck it under my tummy and hide. Well, unfortunately, the pilot comes up, and he's standing right by me, and he's doing the safety talk with us. And he says, okay, make sure your seatbelts are fastened. And I was just like, okay. And he looks down, and he's like, why isn't your seatbelt fastened? And I just beat red, looked up and said, it doesn't fit. So he just reached back and got me an extender, but everybody on the plane saw. There were 6 of my friends. That is one of those moments that stays in my brain. It is a defining moment of, look at where you have come. So I do try to remember that whenever I get into that mode where I start slipping, because it happens. I'm human. So around that same time, my ex-husband and I were trying to have kids. Now, I was diagnosed, or I have PCOS. I have weight issues, and I have stress. It's no surprise that I didn't have kids, but I do firmly believe that God's greatest gift is unanswered prayers, because having children with him today would probably have changed the course of my life. So around 2003, I went to a nutritionist for my doctor's recommendation, and I was able to lose some weight. We can all do it. AJ used to tell us about, hey, you can have a Snickers bar every day and still lose weight. It's what you can do that is a sustainable lifestyle, and that was not sustainable. Measuring out everything, you can only have a piece of meat about the size of your palm, etc. That was not going to work for me, but I got a few pounds off, and it felt good, but it was not, I realized it wasn't going to work for me. So in 2004, I decided to take this cleanse. It's plant-based, food only. It was a 3-week program put on by 2 doctors in Santa Monica. One is a naturopathic doctor. The other is both a naturopath and a medical doctor. And it changed my life. I had a healing crisis, which probably could have ultimately killed me. Granted, so could my lifestyle of eating. And I learned the power of plant-based food and what it can do to heal the body. That was the most important thing that I got out of it. I was eating well, loving it, and really enjoying it. Now, I've always been fond of vegetables. I never had a problem eating. My dad always tells me that even as a baby, I would never spit food out, and I would have 2 jars of food, not just one like most kids. So I've been blessed in that way, that I will eat pretty much anything. But learning that I can eat a lot of food and still lose weight was really life-shifting for me. It was a gift. So from that point on, I wanted more information. So I started to go to conferences. I started to ask questions, learn about classes. And that's when I found you, AJ. So this is around the time that I found you. This was, I think, one of the Dugathons you had way back when. I've come down a little bit, but I was still struggling. Started to work with you. You may remember when I took my first class with you, I sat directly across from you in the recliner with my arms folded. And I remember thinking, no, you are not taking my oil, nor are you taking my sugar, nor are you taking my salt. I'm eating plant-based and I'm losing weight, so I don't really need this. Little did I know I needed it. I just wanted to keep my comforts because I was still trying to feed or numb myself, or numb that inner child that was trying to talk to me. I was your toughest nut to crack, and I know it, but I am so grateful that you never gave up on me on that. So while I didn't do it as ideally as you or I would have wanted, again, the weight was coming down. I was seeing a change. I was feeling better. I was thinking, wow, this is great. I did eventually hit a wall. And part of it is I didn't tighten up the eating, but the other part was I didn't address, why did I get there? How did I wind up at 347 pounds? I was still in that marriage, and that's why I went through this yo-yo phase or roller coaster phase. That's what I call it, is like this crazy roller coaster ride. I'm going up, I'm going down, I'm going upside down. I just never knew where I was going to be. I was still under a lot of stress. And again, that marriage was just not, I knew it, but I didn't know it, that it just wasn't good for me. At that point in my life, I didn't think anybody would want to be with me. I didn't want to be alone. And I figured, hey, this doesn't suck. You know, he was a nice person. He was not mistreating me, but I was mistreating myself. And that's the regret that I have. But, you know, we learn through everything. And I think everything happens for a good reason. Working with you has been such a gift. You have taught me so much. You've allowed me to work with you. I was your sous chef for such a long time, and I did learn. Even though you may not think so, it stood in here. I put everything into my brain, and when I was finally ready, I opened it all up, and I had this wealth of knowledge. And to this day, I'm always quoting you and telling people, my mentor taught me this, and this is what AJ's taught me. So I am grateful for you. You pointed me to Doug Lyle. He helped me to start understanding things and looking at my life differently and dealing with things that I never really thought I had to, and basically opening my eyes. And then JP, of course, he helped me to approach the internal turmoil and to look at loving me and my parts. And he taught me to exercise again. It's something that it took me a long time to do. I do want to let everybody know that when I started this weight loss journey, I was in my 30s. I never exercised. The food is what did all of this for me. It wasn't until the last few years that I started exercising, but I'll get into that in a bit. So I was able to get my weight down to about 100, 180. And here we are at Rancho La Puerta. And it was great. I was feeling good, but 180 was not exactly the ideal. That's not where I wanted to settle. But I kept roller coaster, you know, up, down, and I was struggling with that. I didn't realize it at the time, but it was my marriage. It was my life. In 2019, after 20 years of marriage and 30 years of a relationship, we dated for 10 years prior, my marriage ended abruptly. And that's where my life shifted. I was in my late 40s. I was still struggling with weight. Granted, I wasn't in the 300s, but still 180 was not good for my frame. I had some health issues still. I was in that diabetic in and out zone. I had my toe across the line. I kept going back and forth. My cholesterol wasn't as ideal as I would have liked it to be. I spent about 3 months wallowing, crying, miserable, thinking my life had ended. And then one morning I woke up and just said, you never really liked a lot of the parts of the life with him, and you knew something was wrong and there was no love. So why are you doing this to yourself? And I can't explain it, but that's when it snapped. That's when the door opened to all of the things you've taught me. I just started eating well. There was no need for numbing, and the weight was melting off. Now, I wasn't perfect forever, but it gave me an opportunity to get to where I need to be in order to keep my weight off. I got down to about 173, and I held it down for almost 8 months. I don't know, something like that. But I was in my 40s. I was morbidly obese through my 30s, most of my 40s. There was no bounce back for that skin. So I made a decision to have skin removed. And I would do that again in a heartbeat if I was in that situation again, because it has changed my life. Not for the aesthetics, so I am happy with the way it looks, but more for what it did for my knees, what it's done for my back, what it's done for me being able to reach things and, you know, be able to go somewhere and find something that fits me and not dread going into a store to buy out an outfit. If somebody was having a big event like a wedding, I used to be so stressed out thinking, what am I going to wear? Now I'm just like, I'll go grab something, or I'll pull something out of my closet and wear it. I've had a few surgeries to have skin removed, and I am maintaining it fairly well. I'm still hovering because I'm still working on me. There's still a lot that I need to do for myself in self-care, self-love, understanding what that inner child was doing. It's parts work that I'm doing for myself, and it's treating my discomfort. It's taken me a long time to realize this. Many of you probably already know it, but I'm a slow learner. I need to go run at my discomfort versus running from it, because when I am uncomfortable because something from my childhood or something at work or something rough in life, is hitting me, if I'm lonely or if I'm angry or something triggered me and I don't realize it, what I try to do is treat the discomfort, and that's where the food comes in. And I have to be very careful. AJ, you've always used the term, it's a slippery slope, and you are so right. Because the moment I let a little bit of that in, it's got its toe in the door. And what was the other thing you used to say? When you break free from your addictions, it goes into the corner and it's doing push-ups because it's going to come back even stronger. And it has come back with a vengeance. I dare say some of the little episodes I've had, even over the last few years, have been so much more painful than the ones I had when I was 300 pounds, only because I've come this far. So now it's just such a revelation, like, whoa, what are you doing to yourself? But I keep pulling myself back out. Luckily, I'm learning. I'm refining the drop in this roller coaster, but it takes a lot of work, and it is not grit. It is, through prayer, through self-love, through reading, through making sure I have what I need in my home, and making sure I do not have what I shouldn't have in my home. I know now I can't have a pack of whatever it is that troubles me. I don't want to trigger anybody, but whatever my weakness is can't be in my house. Now, if I go out and have one, that's risky, but I'd rather do that than bring it into my home, because I know it will call me. It will speak to me. I will be on a meeting at work just thinking about, okay, I'd like to get out of here and get over to my kitchen. So I'm trying to work with that. I'm dealing with my demons, and I've embraced the fact that I'm never going to be free of this. This roller coaster ride will always be there, but it's my choice to decide how big of a dip I'm going to have. You just got to keep working on it. So here's a couple more pictures. This was me right around the time that my marriage ended, about, 190 something, because my weight went up. And then this was us at Rancho in 2021, I think, AJ, February. So this was after the surgeries. Big difference. And here we have, there's me in 2003. And the same little girl on the left is in the middle there, one of my goddaughters. And there I am just a couple of months ago in 2024. So with that, any questions so far, AJ?
Well, and not questions, just praise and admiration is all I can say. It's just amazing.
Thank you.
I'd love to see the Rancho pictures of us, because even those two pictures of the purple chef coats, the one before with that one, that would be an amazing side by side as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. But I was so happy that day when we went to Rancho. That was 2013. That was losing the weight. I think I was probably about 180, 190 there. I will say that I've noticed that even at the same weight, I carry it differently now because my body has changed. But yeah, I was thrilled that day, because I was wearing jeans that, didn't have a 2 in the size. And, here we are at Rancho in 2021, I think. That was amazing. The feeling to have to cinch that chef's coat, that's the same one, and pull it back that much behind me felt so good. And I still use the same ones just because they remind me of us, but I also just want to hold on to remembering these used to be tight on you.
Yeah. You must feel so proud of yourself.
I do. And I'm learning to embrace that and not avoid that, because you know me, I've always dodged compliments. I've always dodged kudos because I never felt that I was worthy of that. Now I'm realizing I am worthy. I worked hard. I deserve that. Everybody does. We all do. We all deserve to love ourselves and embrace what we've done and what we've done well, especially if it can help someone to learn about it, that they can do it. Because I started this journey really started in my mid-30s, but I think the real learning curve came in my 40s. I was 49 when I decided to have that surgery, and it was a month after my 50th birthday. That was my gift to myself. As after I was 50, I rolled in for the first surgery.
I love it. And you still love Disneyland as much today. I see the picture on the left. You're at the Magic Kingdom.
I do. Whenever my goddaughter would come to town to visit, that's where I would take her.
Well, I would imagine Disneyland is easier for you now at this weight because, I mean, getting on certain rides, for example.
Getting on the ride, being comfortable, because when you get on a ride at Disneyland, they rush you. Those kids that work there, God bless them, they have a lot on their hands, but they're like, okay, come on, get out, because they need to filter people through the line. Getting in and out of those things is tough, especially when it's tight. I got it wedged. I had to wedge myself in there. Plus, it was like, oh, please don't pop your knee. God forbid there was any rain on the floor. Then I worried about slipping. And then there was walking around, got really tiring. I was always exhausted. And at night when I'd go to bed, I would have these leg pains from just sheer ache from the fact that I was walking around on all of that weight. All of it's changed. I love going to Disneyland now. I will run the whole park, and I leaving at midnight and wait till they throw us out. No problems. And I don't take the tram. I'll walk to my car. It's easy for me now.
Well, having a good Disneyland experience is as good of a reason to lose weight as any, if you ask me.
I agree.
I'm so happy you brought up about, the environment because a lot of people get upset with me because at one point you lived in an unclean environment too. And you even said, well, but it's not the kind of ice cream I like because it's not vegan and it doesn't tempt me. But I think on some level, it's just a little harder to coexist with junk food in the house.
Absolutely, it was. And to take it a step further, not only did my ex have his stuff in the house, but his mother was literally next door, and she would bring him over food, or he would bring other foods in there, or he was really good about coming home and saying, oh, hey, you want to grab something, one of his favorite foods? And there's this restaurant that would make a vegan version of the same thing. So he would order it up, and we would jump in bed, sit there, turn on Netflix or whatever it was, and there we are eating our food. Then we'd have dessert because we'd have a vegan dessert and a regular dessert. So not too much support. I don't blame him. That wasn't his responsibility. That was mine to say no. But still, it's not easy when you don't have somebody saying, are you sure you want to do that? Or at the very least, just not encouraging it. But neither here nor there. That was mine to own. And I've learned now. I hold my ground when I'm with people. I'll bring food. I'll do what I have to do to keep myself on point when I'm in that zone.
I always wonder if it's different from people because you didn't really seem to start experiencing your weight gain, you said, till I think about 18 or so, because you were so physically active. And I wonder if that's a different impact than people that, have been overweight since early childhood.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know in my case, like I said, I think I always had the tendency, because I was never thin. I was not a skinny teenager. I was just not overweight. I think I was probably about 145, 150 in high school. I can wear the size that I wore in high school, and it's loose on me now. I actually think I'm smaller than I was in high school, but I had that tendency. I'm surprised I wasn't an overweight child because my dad and I, our thing that we did was food. To this day, my dad's thing is food. But we had these things called midnight snack, and he would just make these things, and we'd watch TV and eat a lot of really highly caloric foods. That's, I won't even get into what it was, but let's just say it was fun. Or I remember going to the liquor store with my dad, and he would go get his beer, and he'd grab me some candy, or we'd get some junk food and come back home. Food was always there. And I do associate that food with my dad, and I've been doing a lot of work to separate that because I love my dad. I just need to make sure to keep the food out of it. But that's a good question. I don't know the difference. You talk to more people. I don't know. Now I'm gonna have to think about that one.
While you think about it, I'll ask you another question. How easy or hard was it to transition to eating healthy whole foods from basically eating, a lot of unhealthy foods much of your life?
It was easy. And it's funny because I literally went plant-based overnight. When I started that program, they sent out the paperwork and they basically said, you're going to eat plant-based for 3 weeks. So there I went to a steakhouse out here. I had one of everything, plus throw every kind of garbage you can on everything, plus every dessert. I ate that night. I was so sick, but I was figuring, oh boy, last meal, I'm going in. And after the 3 weeks, seeing what happened, I lost 17 pounds, and I had a healing crisis where I had this boil come to the surface of my stomach. And when I had a dermatologists look at it and they cut it open, they tested it, it had E. coli, and they said, this was growing in you and you could have gotten sepsis eventually. The naturopathic doctors and the medical doctor, they said that's a healing crisis. Granted, the dermatologist didn't think so, but I agree. I think it was. But I literally, with the healing crisis and 17 pounds of weight loss, my skin looked really good and my knees felt good. The inflammation went away within a couple of days of plant-based eating. And I wasn't eating super healthy. They turned us on to some vegan restaurants down in Santa Monica, and I was living it up, but it was still better than where I was at. So I didn't think it was hard because I did it for 3 weeks. I just kind of said, I'm going to do this. Now, I know I've met a lot of people and it's really hard for them to transition. I was fortunate. But all of the benefits that I got is what propelled me into that. Because just a few weeks before that, when I was eating whatever, there was a time where I was literally stopping at a market and my lunch was comprised of a brick of cheese and a big block of chocolate. And I'm not kidding, because unfortunately, I'm one of those folks that likes savory and sweet. You meet people that say, oh, I only like savory, I only like sweet. I like both. And that's what I would do. I'd sit there at my desk and I'd say, nom, 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 cheese, and then nom, 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 chocolate. I'd go back and forth, back and forth. And we all know I just picked two of the most, among the most calorie dense foods. That was just packing the pounds on, and it was numbing the pain. And then it put me in this cycle because I'd hate myself the more I ate it. So the more I ate it, I wanted to numb myself, and then I'd eat more, and then it was just a vicious cycle. So for me, it was a little different, only that I didn't realize I was going to do it. And I wish I could, I don't wish, I often wonder if I could go do it again and know that that was going to be forever, if I would have handled it differently.
So I'd love to know what you ate to lose weight.
Okay. So different phases, like I said, I like everything. So all of your recipes that we learned in the classes, that we learned from your first book, The Unprocessed, those were my go-tos. Now, first stage of losing weight, which was plant-based, but not the most ideal, I did things that I probably shouldn't. I did the analogs. So we all know what those are. But they were the ones that had the oils and the sugars and the salts with them. Those were my carriers. But eventually, once I really started to take flight and understand the benefit of eating this way, I shifted again to your recipes. I do some of the smoothies every now and then when I was in a hurry or I needed to travel. Potatoes. Oh, love them. There's a reason they're on the cover of your book. When I travel, I take them with my little red microwave bag, or I cook them ahead of time and just throw them in my bag like you've done. But I've gotten really good when my life shifted. I left my home and I was living with other people, and all I had was an Instant Pot, and I made it work. I'd go to the market, I'd buy some cans of stuff, I'd get some frozen veggies and whatnot to make sure I always had something. And I would just open up a can and throw this in, throw that in, throw that, and put it in the Instant Pot. And I had like this bowl of warm yumminess. And I'd put it on top of a bed of greens, or on the side of cabbage, or I love cabbage, cauliflower, and broccoli. I love it in the Instant Pot. I love it smooshy. I just love that warm feeling of it. I have kind of refined it to a point now where I have more of a pattern, and I've found success. Because I'm trying to build some muscle mass just to kind of keep the skin where it should be. I'm trying to do a little bit more protein. I'm not obsessed with it like some people have gotten, but like I'll do overnight oats. So for my week, to make my life easy, I fill I do oats, some soy milk, flaxseed, because I learned I can't have walnuts I'm learning these things. I learned when I have walnuts in my oatmeal, my brain's like, woo, party. So I do flaxseed just to get some of that good omegas in there. And then I will do all the good spices, the nutmeg, the apple pie spice, pumpkin pie spice, the cinnamon, and I put in some blueberries. And I actually like to put in shredded zucchini and or carrot. So it gives it that zucchini bread or carrot cake feeling. And I let those sit, and I just love those. I enjoy having that. And that's like my breakfast. Another breakfast would be cruciferous vegetables or cabbage. I'll take a big hunk of cabbage or broccoli or cauliflower, put in the Instapot, get my immersion blender for the cauliflower and broccoli, add some pepper, and just blend it up. It is literally just the vegetable, but I have it like a soup. And on days like this where it's chilly in LA today, I love that feeling. When it's not chilly, I just like to have it and I eat it in chunks. There is nothing like that warmth. That's becoming a comfort food to me. So I do try to get a vegetable and I get some of the oats just so I'm sated. Granted, I don't eat early in the morning. I usually wait. I'm really trying to listen for hunger. Another problem. I struggle with portion sizes, listening to hunger, and of course, dealing with the food. For my lunches, I always try to have some sort of salad, and there's just so many vegetables out there that it's beautiful, and fruits, and there's so many dressing alternatives. You know, all of these balsamics that, you know, the ones that you've turned me on to, AJ, lemon with various sauces. I've gotten creative. I don't really buy any that, because the ones that they make that are plant-based usually have a little bit more than we would like in them. I'll add in some rice or some beans, maybe some more veggies, because I love my veggies, and any variation in there. I love quinoa. I can make a big batch of quinoa, and I'll take my plain quinoa and I can make it my oatmeal for the morning. So I have quinoa instead of oats. Then I'll use it for lunch. And then for dinner, I will make it, toss it in a pan with some like a stir fry with some veggies. Everything is oil free. I do not use any oil. There's no need for it. Plus, it's so much easier to clean your kitchen. But I'll do a pan fry with rice or quinoa. I always have beans. I've got a cabinet full of, you know, legumes, Peruvian beans, pinto beans, black beans, whatever. Throw those in there. It just depends. I'll go to the market and whatever talks to me or whatever's in season, I throw that in. But I just try to make sure that I'm sated. Am I having my potatoes? Am I having my beans? Am I having my rice? Because if I don't, I realize that I'm wanting a little bit more. For as far as sweets go, I love fruit. I'm really starting to appreciate fruit and not overdo it with the fruit. Of course, my favorite is like a banana because it's higher in sugar, but I think I've just always liked banana. And I'm very careful with the things that could be slippery slope items for me. But in general, it's a well-balanced diet. I don't entirely avoid nuts and avocado, but I recognize that I have to be very careful with them because on a bad day, if the planets align in my world and in my brain, I will be in that kitchen light. Well, I don't need a kitchen light. I just use the fridge light because I'm standing up there and I'm like, open, handful. The one thing I will give myself credit for is that even in those moments, I've kind of stepped outside of my body to say, hands crossed or arms crossed, saying, why are you doing this? I'm going to love you right now. I'm going to give you the okay to be doing this because you're caring for yourself the best possible way that you can right now. But let's take note of why we're doing this. And that has been really pivotal for me because I go back afterwards and it's like, okay, great. I didn't hate myself through it, which is awesome. But now I'm going to try to learn from it. And I do realize that I get a little bit better each time.
Okay, a couple of things that you brought up and I want to expound on. You mentioned, and some people might think it's weird that you put some maybe carrots or zucchini in your oatmeal, and some people even put rice cauliflower. But what that does is you don't taste it very much, and you understand the idea of calorie density, right? Because Dr. Barbara Rolls is one of the experts on this summit, and it allows people then to have a fuller feeling and get to eat more larger volumes of food at a lower calorie density by sneaking in these vegetables, which are very low calorie.
Absolutely. And I love that. Rice cauliflower is a good idea. I'm going to try that.
Yeah. And they're very neutral tasting. I mean, zucchini doesn't taste like anything really to me.
Nope. It is delicious. I shove that into whenever I make your PCRM muffins. I put some zucchini in. I sneak a vegetable in anywhere I can.
I love that. That should be our motto. Sneak a vegetable in any way you can. Now, I'm curious because you said something I've never heard you say before, that you still struggle with portion sizes, even of the low calorie density foods, or just things more like nuts and avocado?
No, just in general, even the low calorie. Like the other day, I made a big head of cauliflower and I wanted to eat the whole thing. But I'm realizing that I need to ask myself, why do you need more? Because the good news to me anyway is, hey, you're doing this with all foods, which means maybe we're turning the corner here. You know, that cruise ship is making a U-turn on you, but it is slow. But I have to be careful for a couple of reasons. One, if I overdo on the good stuff, I can overdo on the bad stuff like I used to. But two, it's more, my tummy is so physically uncomfortable. And I have to remember I had skin cuts. I don't want to go stretching that out and then wind up having, you know, a little bit more of a problem, because those days with that extra skin, I had some serious health issues. I had skin infections and some rough goes. But I'm just trying to keep myself, I go back to those embarrassing moments that I shared with you and remind myself, but portion sizes, I'm not obsessive about it, but I think until I can fully learn to let those receptors take place, because I honestly don't feel that I can tell when I'm full, you know, when I've hit the calories, or the satiety levels. I'm not there yet for some reason. And I think it's going to take me time, because I've gone so far off the reservation that it's going to take me a while before I really understand what it is.
I think I can only speak from my own experience and others. I think that sensitivity can be restored over time.
That's really good to hear, because I'm really hoping. I've done a lot of reading up about it, and it's kind of a mixed bag when you read what people say. And I don't want to take any of this stuff. There's all this stuff everybody's entertaining in the media, that GLP or whatever it is. Like, nope, not going to happen. I did this naturally. I'm gonna win this naturally. You know, the surgeon who did my skin removal would always forget. Every time I'd show up, he'd say, "When did you have your gastric bypass?" I'm like, "I didn't do that." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody that comes here does that. You are one in you know, dozens and dozens." I'm like, "That's me." So I don't want to lean on anything to help me. I got this far on my own. I want to win this on my own, and I will. And I'm going to win it, but understanding fully that I'm never going to be completely free, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, I think you're learning to pay attention to your body now, and maybe with just maybe a little bit more mindful eating, you'll really be able to ascertain fullness. One of the things I don't know if you're familiar with, and he didn't talk about this time on the summit, but he talks about it, our mutual friend, Dr. Doug Lisle, is this idea of spiking the diet. And what he means by that is not eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but to maybe not just eat only to the left of the red line, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes, include a few of what he calls the wet fats, which would be tofu and avocado, or even some small amount of dry carbohydrates like pastas and corn tortillas. And for some people, that helps them get that fuller feeling, you know, without necessarily overeating on volume. So I think it's a balance that people learn, but I think you're doing phenomenal. And one of the things I've noticed about you, Rebecca, because I've known you for so long, we're such dear friends, and I've eaten your food, which is delicious, is that you it's not that you dislike the healthy food, you love it, but you still also like the other food.
I do. I did years and years of that, you know. I forgot to mention earlier, so I took all of my former mother-in-law's recipes, well, many of them, and I converted them to not just to plant-based, but actually within the realm of no sugar, oil, or salt. And luckily, the ex-husband gave me the thumbs up on many of them, and he said, "I don't know how you did it, but you nailed it." So those recipes have carried me through a lot, because I get that hit. Luckily, if it tastes close enough, I don't need the dopamine hit from whatever else was in it that was causing that problem. And getting back to what you were saying about balance, balance is elusive to me, and that's what I'm striving to reach, because I think balance is so important. And Dr. Lisle is correct. We have to spike the diet, because I know myself, if I am perfect for too long, I'm great at being perfect, and I'm great at being so the opposite. And I know I've always joked that whenever I start, I don't just fall off the wagon. I do a perfectly executed swan dive off of that wagon. And then I spend however long I'm going to be in there trying to outdo myself and how bad I'm going to treat myself. In other words, I'm going to have more junk. I'm going to have more cheese more vegan cheese. It gets worse and worse. You know, I don't know. It's just like I'm always trying to find that hit. And it comes, I believe, for me, from a place of it came from a place of lacking self-love, trauma wounds, numbing, and just an overall feeling of, I'm so darn upset. I'm just going to flip the cake table at the party over and walk out. And that's what I'm doing in my life. I'm so mad that I'm just going to punish myself by eating worse and worse till I'm at that point where I'm just busted, defeated, broken, in pain, crying. And there I go, picking myself up again and just weak and wounded, saying, I'm going to try again. And I do. And I do. And each time it's a little bit easier, or at least different. But I didn't give up on myself. I am not the kind of person, as you well know, AJ, that's going to call a friend to help me out, because I have always given you my attitude and said, I'm not calling you because you're going to try to talk me out of it, and then you're just going to get me mad. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it, because if I'm out on the ledge, I'm jumping, baby. I am not asking for you to bring me back in. I have to figure out how to work through, navigate through that, and maybe even one day open myself up to being amenable to saying, hey, AJ, I'm having a rough go. Help me out.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to get there.
I appreciate that you're one of the few people that really talk about this emotional aspect of whether you want to call it, food addiction or eating, and also self-love, because it seems to be important in a lot of people's journey.
It is probably, I would say 95% the reason, okay, maybe 80%, because 20% is I do have a yearning for the good stuff. I think we all do. We all appreciate that. I mean, even you would admit all those good foods, they taste good, but we know what they do to us. I mean, you're probably at a point now where you're like, bleh. But to me, I've had stuff and I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, I still think every time I pass a 7-Eleven, because that was one of my big addictions,
Yes.
Coke Slurpees till I was 43, I keep thinking, I wonder what it would taste like now. Would I still like it? Would it taste like chemicals? But I don't want to dabble anymore. And that's what I was going to ask you next. Where do you stand on this whole conversation of abstinence versus moderation?
I firmly, for me, believe that I have to live in a world of moderation. I know that's not right for everybody. I'm not suggesting it for everybody. What I'm saying is that for me, I'm learning that if I live in a world of abstinence, something will chip away at me. If I'm 100% perfect, which I told you, I can be, but at some point, something happens. Maybe that'll change for me later when I get a better hold on working on my parts and my emotional trauma and my discomfort, and learning to treat what's causing the discomfort versus treating the discomfort itself. If I can get a better handle on that, perhaps I could stay there. But for me, I feel that I actually have to inject what we used to call way back when a 10% rule, where I allow myself a little, something that is a little right of the red line, only because if I don't, I worry that I will snap, and I've told you what my snap can be like when I dive off that wagon.
I just noticed behind you is Garfield and Odie holding hands, and I kind of feel like you're Garfield and I'm Odie.
Exactly. And that's what has to happen. I have to reach out to you. You've been holding my hand for as long as I've known you, and we became instant friends, and we worked together in the kitchen, and you taught me a lot. But I've always been difficult, and I know it. The moment I'd get away from you watching me, I'd be like, all right, I'm going straight to some vegan indulgence.
I'm going to have to move in with you. No, just
Please, can I move in?
Well, you actually could, but I'm curious because for your work, you often have to travel, and a lot of people, that's a very difficult thing for them to stay on plan. How do you navigate travel?
Until the pandemic, I was traveling. It was an interesting go. Again, I figured a way, potatoes. So I would bring that magic little red bag. It's one of those microwave bags that you can use to cook your potatoes. If you don't know what it is, I think it's like Potato Express or something, but there's so many out there. Look it up if you like potatoes. You can buy potatoes anywhere and microwave them in your room, or you can cook them ahead of time and carry them with you. They will keep. They don't need to be refrigerated. I think I've had them up to 4 or 5 days. But I would travel with things. You turned me on to those little boxes of beans. And one time I was going to be in West Virginia for over a week. I had to go do some testing stuff. I literally brought an Instapot in my luggage. I had to check it. I had to put the lid in my carry-on because of, remember, all that craziness with Instant Pots. And I packed my greens. I went to Costco and got big bunches of greens. And then I went down the street to the Walmart. I bought a microwave, $30, because they didn't have one in the room. And I was making meals. I was living large, and I bought a little bottle of, I love this little hot sauce that I think you turned me on to it, AJ. We put that on our greens. And I do well because I can get fresh vegetables anywhere. You can go anywhere, even if it's just this dunky little diner. They've got lettuce, tomato, and cucumber in the back. Not ideal, but I'll take it. I can get a salad anywhere. So I travel with little bottles of vinegar, potatoes, beans, greens if I can, and in a pinch, the Instant Pot. I had a smaller one, and it worked great. Like I said, I bought that microwave, and before I left, I drove it over to the Goodwill, left it at their doorstep, got on my plane, and it was worth it. I spent $30-something to take care of my health. And I had a defining moment over Thanksgiving, AJ. It's so weird to me, but I've got to share it. I took my dad to a restaurant. It is a vegan restaurant. It's Shojin. We love that. Indulgent, but it's the tradition my dad and I have. And I remember when I got the bill, I was like, whoa. And I said to myself, you should be paying this much for healthy food too, because healthy food is worth it. Because my brain was somehow stuck thinking, you go out and pay for indulgent food, but you should easily want to have, pay that much for good food. And I know it's silly to most of you, but to me, I was always like, no, you got to eat at home. And, I would put healthy food in that category. It's turning for me. And I remember saying to myself when I was signing the bill, AJ's got all these restaurants up there. Maybe I should go down there and, maybe I would pay for one of those. It was such a great moment for me. As silly as it may sound, that is telling me you're headed in the right path, on the right path. You're headed in the right direction.
That's great. How do you feel about the term food addiction? Do you think it's real? Do you think you are or were a food addict?
Oh, wow. It is, to me, it's real. And I am, because I think it's the same thing as folks who struggle with any kind of other substance addiction. And, my heart goes out to them because the struggle is real. It is alive. And I have to make sure to respect it. I don't honor it. I respect it. And I'm aware of it. And that is responsible for the loop in my brain most of the time. I struggle with focus when I'm in a bad place. When I'm not doing what I need to be doing with food, I'm miserable. The only moments of happiness are when that food is going in, but then everything else starts. And I'm recognizing, you just got to understand, you can't have this stuff in your house, Rebecca. You have to do things the way you learn. So I firmly believe in it for me. And, I'm in therapy, and I think it's helped me significantly. And that's often what we talk about is, let's take a look at this. I mean, we talk about all sorts of things, but food comes up, and I'm often wondering why, what's happening? 100% of the time, there's something going on. I have yet to have a legit food craving. I have a niece that is thin. She's always been thin, and she's always amazed me because she would eat, I don't know, let's say she'll have a indulgent dessert for lunch. And then at her next meal, she's like, nah, I'm just gonna have some broccoli because I had that dessert. And I'd look at her like, what? What do you mean? How do you do that? How do you go from eating stuff that's bad to something healthy? And you used to say that, AJ, if you're gonna slip, the next thing that goes in your mouth better be a piece of broccoli. She would do stuff like that. And I never understood it. And that's my goal. That's where I aspire to get to. And I'm learning that kind of balance. And I'm learning that a legit craving is what I want. She has legit craving. She wanted that. And then she would stop when she was full. Oh my goodness. We all know the demon in wanting to see the bottom of the plate, wanting to see an empty plate. I am one of those people that has to eat everything on my plate.
Yeah. So how do we help people handle cravings? Do you ask them to maybe find a healthier version of what they're craving?
Yes. So that is what works for me. And I've reached out to you many times over the last couple of years. Hey, do you have a recipe for? Because whatever I stepped into that pulled me down off that wagon, I realized you need to stop this, go find something that is it's never going to be the same. Let's be honest, folks. You're never going to get that hit. You cannot compete. You know, years ago, AJ, I helped you out when you were competing in this food contest. It was, and the people that won, they used oil, they used sugar, they used salt. Of course they were going to win, but you were true to who you are, and your desserts were off the charts great. But I get recipes from you because I want an analog, and it's not a transition analog. I'm really good about not using transition analogs anymore. If I'm craving a dessert, I have your beautiful new dessert, your cookbook, and I make the cupcakes that are in there. But I have to be careful about those. I helped you with some of those, and I am happy to say that didn't make me stumble because I was realistic. I would buy only what was required for the recipe, and then I immediately had a plan to give out some of it. I shared it with a lot of people who were so grateful, and they loved it, and inspired purchase of the book because they realized these are much better things. But getting back to what you're saying, I would recommend for people, if you like something in the world that is not ideal for our health, to find something that you can be okay with, the methadone, if you will, solution, because it can carry you. The thing is, keep working on who you are and why you did that. And if you can have a legit craving, meaning, I think I would like a bonbon today. If you can have just one and not keep eating the rest, then I think those folks are okay. I have a coworker who used to buy some little chocolate things from Trader Joe's, and they'd be sitting on his desk. And I'd go into his office 2 weeks later, and I'm like, is that the same container? And he just, yeah, why? And I'd stare at it and become a running joke with us. He never ate I'm like, so you eat one? And he's like, yeah, maybe half of one. I'm like, but it was so baffling to me, AJ. And to this day, when I see him over Zoom, it is kind of funny because he'll hold it up saying, look, still do the same thing. I'm like, that is so awesome. Whereas to him, that's just in his nature.
Well, I'm married to that person because I can't even
Yes.
remember what month is Girl Scout cookies. I think it was January. I mean, a year later, my husband
Charles.
still has the vegan Girl Scout cookies. I mean, it's crazy how
He's
people.
always been that way. It's amazing. Good for him. Good for him.
So when you do decide to indulge and not in a healthier version of what you're craving and have what I like to call a snacksident, what's your best advice for helping people get back on track immediately, and what have you used?
Love, love, love. Love yourself, because if you're going to eat it, you have a choice. You eat it and hate yourself. And I truly believe that our body remembers these things. The body does keep the score. And that's one of the books that I'm reading. You're putting bad trauma into your body. You're shaming yourself. Or you can eat it and love yourself and maybe try what I do, meaning when I step outside myself and I kind of look over saying, hey, what's going on here? And maybe look at it as an opportunity to say, okay, you're going to eat it, fine. I'm going to love you no matter what. Just understand that we can't keep doing this. Because until we start looking at the root of what's causing it, it's not going to get us out of that cycle. So I would, again, recommend just loving yourself through it. Try to do that, and then trying to pull yourself out. And however that works, it's different for people. Sometimes I'll get my phone and I'll fire up a voice recording and say, this is how I feel right now. I feel horrible. I feel my pants are tight. I have heartburn. I have a hiatal hernia. So I was like, now you're going to have to sleep sitting up because you know that this food tears you up. I don't shame myself. I speak facts. And then when I'm feeling well, I try to record something that says, I feel awesome. This is great. I once heard somebody say that, life is so much better on the other side of the nervous system. And that is so true, because when you're in that mode, your nervous system is just whack. You are blowing up. But then when you're doing well, you feel good. You literally feel good. It's like, I feel so clean inside. I'm taking good care of myself. You're loving, but love yourself no matter where you are, because it doesn't cost anything to love yourself. I know it's hard though, and I get that. And find the help or a way to learn how to love yourself any way you can, whether it's a friend, a therapist, clergy or some religious person, there's always somebody out there that will be happy to help you learn how to love yourself. And there's all kinds of resources online.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Where do people start if they are not experiencing self-love or have had trauma? So thank you.
Yeah, you have a lot of stuff on that. You know, way back when in one of your classes, we read Louise Hay. There are online resources, there are friends. You won't know until you ask. And that's the one thing I learned, is to break the silence and start telling people about my journey. And then little by little, you meet people who say, hey, I tried this, or my family tried this. Ask your doctors. You never know. Ask for therapy. Ask, there are books like Doug Lyle's stuff, your stuff. Gosh, there's so many resources. Like, I wouldn't even know where to begin, because we're all different. It's kind of like flavors. Not everybody likes the same flavor. Not everybody's going to resonate with the same resource.
Do you recommend people start there, start with the food, maybe do a little bit of both at the same time?
Whatever's going to be comfortable. I think trying to do both would be great. I think the self-love is more important than the food, because I think the food will follow. I think we're doing the food, I know for me, I think I'm doing the food because I was doing it because of the lack of self-love, and because there was all this childhood trauma that I didn't realize was there.
Well, we have a mutual friend, John Pierre, who always says that when you really love yourself, you won't want to abuse your body with the food.
He's right. And he's one of the people who's taught me that. You know, you gifted me a session with him way back when. I put it in the vault and I locked it up, and it wasn't until a few years ago that I realized, hey, look at all this cool stuff. And he's really helped me to embrace self-love.
That's great. So I have one more question for you, Rebecca. If you could send a personal message to our viewers, what would you want them to know as they start or continue their health or weight loss journey?
That it doesn't matter where you are in age or in situation or in life, that you can start. And if you're already there, keep going, but love yourself, embrace where you're at, and understand that no matter how bad you think it is, there's something that you can do. And AJ, one of the things you've taught me so many things, but one I hold on to is also that, you don't always have to do everything, but don't say you can't do anything. Even just a little bit of change is going to help get you on that right path, so that you can find success. And every little bit of success is going to make you feel better and better. The quickest way to building that self-worth is to impress yourself. And when you start doing good things, you really are impressed with you. And Dr. Lyle talks about this too. So that would be my recommendation. But just embracing. For me, I've embraced that this is never going to go away. So I need to work with it. And once I realized that and I stopped fighting it, it's like, oh, okay. Now I learn how to approach it. And now I'm going at my discomfort and treating the reason I was uncomfortable, not the discomfort itself.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that you could gain all the weight back?
Yes. Anytime I start to slip, there is a fear. And the longer the quote unquote binge goes on, the more fierce that worry is. And, my last one, which was just a few months ago, scared the heck out of me. I keep that. And that's part of, I think, embracing where you're at. Always remember, never forget where you came from. And that's why I told those stories of those moments where I was embarrassed with that scan that I got and with the airplane, because it's like, I don't want to go back there. She was a lovely person, and she was a lovely, caring aunt, godmother, everything that I am, but she was miserable under the hood. Miserable.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca. Love yourself and love the foods that will love you back.
Yep. Amen.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so proud of Rebecca because we have been friends for many, many years. I knew her all through her ups and downs. She was my sous chef when I lived in Southern California, and I am just so proud of her and so excited by her success, which she didn't accomplish like me until her 50s, which proves it is never too late unless you don't start. So let's talk about some of the things we learned from Rebecca. And she started sharing her journey. Now she's 54 and living in East Los Angeles, and her weight loss journey began way back when she was only about 18 years old. she didn't reach her lowest and most sustainable weight until her 50s. And so this shows it's never too late to make lasting changes, even if you've been struggling for years. Rebecca's story shows that your age doesn't define your ability to transform your life. She grew up as a very active child, dancing folklorico, a traditional Mexican dance, for about 20 years. She actually looked a lot and still does like Linda Ronstadt when she was dancing. Staying active probably helped her maintain a healthy weight during those years, but things changed in her late teens and early 20s when she started living a more sedentary lifestyle, particularly after meeting her ex-husband. She talked about how her dating life included lots of eating out, late night parties, and very little to no physical activity. And in the availability of credit cards and food delivery, it was the perfect storm for unhealthy habits to take over. But what's really significant is how Rebecca connected her weight gain to deeper emotional issues. She mentioned unresolved childhood trauma that she hadn't dealt with, which led her to use food as a coping mechanism. Now, this is such an important takeaway because you see, it wasn't just about the food, as I'm sure it's not for many of you. It was about how she was feeling and how she was dealing with those feelings. You know what they say, if hunger isn't the problem, food isn't the solution. You know, Rebecca was on the diet roller coaster. She tried everything to lose weight, and I mean everything from Jenny Craig to Weight Watchers, Slim Fast shakes, diet teas, even needles in her ears. She listed so many diet plans and extreme methods that many people watching probably can relate to, but none of them worked for her in the long run because they didn't address the root cause of why she was overeating. You know, Rebecca's my height, 5'5", and at one point her weight climbed to 347 pounds. She even shared how she stopped taking pictures of herself after 300 pounds and would crop herself out of photos. There was this powerful moment when she recalled a humiliating experience on a small plane where the seatbelt didn't fit. And it's these kinds of painful moments that really stuck with her and eventually did push her towards change. You know, plant-based eating was the turning point for her. The game changer was discovering this. In 2004, she did a 3-week plant-based cleanse led by some doctors in Santa Monica. And it wasn't just about weight loss, although she did lose 17 pounds during that time, but about how eating this food made her feel. She talked about how her knee pain and inflammation reduced almost immediately. And that's such a critical point because it wasn't willpower or some strict diet that turned things around for her. It was nourishing her body with foods that healed her. She emphasized that she didn't feel deprived eating this way because she had always loved vegetables and discovered she could eat a lot of healthy and filling food and still lose weight. So the mindset shift from restriction to abundance is so important for sustainable weight loss. Another huge part of Rebecca's journey was learning and seeking support. She attended conferences, plant-based conferences, asked questions, connected with experts like she considers myself and Dr. Doug Lyle and John Pierre. And each mentor brought something different to the table. I taught her how to prepare delicious, healthy food. Dr. Lyle helped her understand the psychological side of eating, and John Pierre guided her towards self-love and physical activity. But even with all this knowledge, Rebecca was honest about her struggles. She didn't immediately cut out all oil, sugar, and salt. She resisted change at first, actually for a long time, especially when it meant giving up her comfort foods. And that is really a relatable struggle for so many because change is hard. You know, they say no one likes change except for a wet baby. But over time, she was able to let go of those crutches and leaned into a whole food plant-based diet and lifestyle. And she had to address the emotional eating. And this might be the most powerful part of Rebecca's story. She opened up about using food to numb pain, especially during her difficult marriage. She admitted that the relationship lacked love, but she stayed because she didn't love herself enough to leave. And when the marriage ended after 20 years, she hit a low point, spending months in grief and self-pity. But then something clicked. She realized she wasn't happy in that relationship and began focusing on healing herself. And that's when the weight really started coming off, not just physically, but emotionally too. She stressed that emotional pain and learning self-love was critical. She talked about how ignoring emotional discomfort led her back to food. And one thing that stood out was her strategy to run at her discomfort instead of running away from it. She learned that discomfort wasn't something she feared, but something that needed to be understood and managed. And that's where they get this saying, you need to sometimes become comfortable with being uncomfortable. So she decided to have the skin removal surgery, and that was because she had lost a significant amount of weight. And she was very clear this wasn't about vanity, but about her comfort and mobility, because the extra skin was causing her to have issues with her knees and back and even having infections. That was 200 pounds that was holding all that up before, and now it wasn't. This decision helped improve her quality of life and actually made it easier for her to maintain her healthy lifestyle. She shared so many practical tips for weight loss and weight maintenance that could help anyone on this journey. Starting with plant-based eating. Just start eating more whole, plant-based foods. Focus on abundance, not restriction. Potatoes, rice, beans, veggies. These were staples for her, and they can be for you too. She shared travel strategies like bringing microwavable potatoes and beans with her on her work trips, even packing an Instant Pot when staying in a hotel without microwaves. Avoiding trigger foods. She just doesn't allow certain trigger foods in her house because she knows they'll call to her. It's where we got the saying, if it's in your house, it's in your mouth. And it's not a question of if you will eat it, but when. This is such a simple but effective strategy. And portion awareness. Even with healthy food, she pays attention to how much she eats, learning to listen to her body's hunger cues. Practicing self-love over shame. Rebecca stressed loving yourself through the process. If she slipped up, she didn't beat herself up. She embraced it as a learning opportunity. And having emotional check-ins. She records voice memos when she feels herself slipping into old habits, asking herself why she feels the need to eat when she's not hungry. And having a balanced approach. She doesn't believe in total abstinence from indulgences. For her, allowing small controlled indulgences prevent her from binging later. But everybody's different about that. Think about what Dr. Furman says about abstinence versus moderation, if you can do moderation. But a lot of people that have food addiction or any kind of addiction, abstinence does work best. So do what works for you. Moments of inspiration were all throughout this interview. But her story is filled with many moments that make you think. Her realization that you can't fight this forever, so you'll have to learn to live with it, is very profound. And she talked about how the desire to eat emotionally might never fully go away, but it's really just about learning to manage it. Her acknowledgement that the quickest way to build self-worth is to impress yourself was such a powerful takeaway. And those small wins, like choosing a healthy meal or going for a walk, are what build confidence over time. Rebecca's journey was not just about weight loss. It's about healing, growth, and self-discovery. She didn't find a magic diet or rely on willpower. She learned to nourish her body, address emotional pain, and practice self-love. And she's honest that the journey never really ends. But what is so inspiring is that she's living proof that transformation is possible at any age and after any amount of struggle. I think we can all walk away from her story feeling hopeful and empowered. If Rebecca can turn her life around, so can you, so can anyone. And it's about starting where you are, being kind to yourself, and taking one step at a time. I'm so grateful for Rebecca sharing her story so openly. It really was a powerful, inspiring conversation. And if you'd like to continue to be inspired by these interviews over and over, please consider upgrading to the Summit package. You not only help support our work and our mission to get this information out to those who need it most, but you get a bunch of bonuses as well, including a buddy pass. That's 2 for the price of 1. So you can gift this entire summit to someone else. And if you can't upgrade to the Summit package, you can still share this summit, having people watch it, because we have 7 more days left. Day 2 was amazing, and I can't wait to see you back here bright and early tomorrow for day 3, when we talk about what actually sabotages our effort. Our first speaker tomorrow will be Dr. Alan Goldhammer, and he'll talk about the pleasure trap and why traditional weight loss approaches are doomed to fail. Followed by Dr. Vanita Rahman, how to develop natural, intuitive eating habits in a world of temptation. Then we have Joya Wesley, relapse-proof travels and exactly how to stay the course when you're out and about. And we'll end with Richard Hubbard, how to use nutritional G-bombs, mindset and compassion to transform from within. I'm Chef AJ, your host. We thank you so much for being here and look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day 3 of the Truth About Weight Loss Summit.